Hello YouTube, it's good to see you today. Right on time as always, I'm your boy Resorty. Make sure to mash that like, follow, subscribe, leave a comment behind. I don't know why, when I think of YouTube, I think of such a different kind of performance. And part of it is having like the YouTube voice. Part of it is finding a way to like be more hype. I think Twitch is better for like the extended conversational engagement. Where YouTube's a little bit more on the side of let's be as big as we possibly be. Anyway, speaking as big as we possibly be, Nymphadora, thank you for the 39 months. That's a tremendous number of months, big numbers. Nymphadora, it's good seeing you. And you're a big fan of the Rimworld. I'm a big fan of your being a fan of the Rimworld. And so we can be fans of each other all at once. It's a sort of parasitic kind of thing. What's the word for it? When the parasitism goes both directions. Sin something, sink something, biologist help me. Anyway, thanks for the resub, my friend. I apologize, a little all over the place. Speaking of all over the place, symbiotic, thank you Kardashian, symbiotic, couldn't find the word in the moment, or mutualism. Mutualism sounds much nicer than symbiotic. I don't know why that is, possibly because that's like a political valence I like a lot. Friends, good news in Resortyville. At this very moment, at my feet, sits a cat named Fritz. I'm here, I'm streaming, I'm carrying on, I'm talking, I'm hanging out, and Fritz is not freaking out. It took 5 days, 4 days, not sure how many days, of giving him a little treat in the morning to convince him it's not a scary room. Now it's possible that he is waiting here for more treats, but we're going the right direction. Fritz. Yes, Fritz. Very happy. No cat cam yet, but maybe one of these days we'll have a cat cam. We can check in on Mr. Fritz and see what he's doing. So no longer do you have this static picture of Fritz, but instead an updated picture live in the moment. This reminds me, yesterday I took a picture of Fritz for you all. Now, speaking of Fritz, you might have recalled that yesterday I ignored a package at the door. I said, packages at the door, that's for losers. And I refused to answer the door during a stream. It turns out there was a package from the USA. Glad to report that was Fritz's cat bed. And so Fritz is without a downstairs cat bed for at least 1 day more. The package will be arriving during stream today. And so if the bell rings again and I say, answer the door is for losers, man, then please remind me it's a package I need to get. I should remember, but I feel a little bad about that, right? I feel a little bad. We got a nice little treat, nice little present for Fritz, and he ends up not having any at once. Two Cats Yelling says, if your cat heard me say treat, she'd be yowling at you. Wait, really? So it's not just in your voice saying that magic word, but instead in anyone's voice whatsoever? I hope you don't watch television. You know, Susie, you did real well on your homework this week. I'm gonna take you out for a treat. Oh boy, kitty cats everywhere. I know that many of the digital assistants, we all know the names, will respond to basically anyone saying their name. I wonder if there's a setting to change that. So it's only in a voice similar to mine should the Amazon machine respond to the name. Do you all know of this? Like, is this possible? Because like, when it comes to digital assistants, I'm not sure I want everyone to be able to get up in my business. Instead, I want to be able to say the magic word in my tone and I'd have them only say hello to me. And that said, our local Amazon machine, name not being said here, speaks only in Japanese and does not respond to English. This is Namza's great way of convincing me to practice my Japanese. and so I stand upstairs talking to the Amazon machine, trying to get it to understand my search terms. And it is one heck of an effort at times. It's a good time, but still. Cyber Oracle, thank you for the returning subscription for 63 long, exciting months. I appreciate that so much. What a long time indeed, and what a great mod you are. Thank you for your kindness through and through and through, and yeah, it's good to be here with you for sure. As I said, I have a new picture to share with you all. I also today have a story of sadness and a story of overcoming the odds, a story of triumph. So sadness, it's not really sad, don't worry, and triumph. But first, the updated Fritz picture for sure. Hello, Fritz, good to see you. Now, friends, this new picture is going to get some complaints. I know you know me, we know each other, and I can guarantee 110% I'm going to get in trouble over this one. But it is a Fritz picture, and I know for some of you, a Fritz picture is better than absolutely anything else. So in this moment, yes, this is how I live. No, I'm not exactly sorry, but I probably shouldn't have done this. Is that fair? That seems fair. Friends, I give you the brand new Fritz picture. Behold, behold Fritz hanging out in the streaming room. Now this was not during stream. But it was in the stream room when the green screen was still up. So there he is. There he is actually hanging out, and I'm really, really happy about that. I will not take any questions or comments about anything in the picture other than Mr. Fritz sitting right there, except on the part right there. Why, yes, that is a box of books I brought from the United States and have still not unpacked. There you go. Is a fire hazard? Yeah, I mean, he's a large cat. I could imagine him being full of burnable things. There you go, team. There you go, team. New Fritz picture for the week. I look forward to every time we bring it up saying, hello, Fritz, and you all saying, my lord, what have you done? That's right. He looks small there. I am standing a bit a ways, but I'm so glad he's getting used to it also. It's true, it's true. It's been a real accomplishment because he is not one to hang out in the streaming room in every streaming place I've ever been, and I've streamed now in 4 different homes, I believe, and in every single one of them he has run away as soon as stream time has started, here especially because of the green screen, of course. So going in the right direction, and today we'll get him a new cat bed, I do believe, and plomp it on down right there, and hopefully he'll hang out during stream. And that'll be a very, very nice thing indeed. Okay, enough about that. Friends, I begin with the story of a profound sadness. So, I got this student who's really intelligent, really good in some ways, but he is willing to assert things with no knowledge. And one of his views is that it's okay to say basically anything and wait for someone else to correct you, rather than making sure you've got your stuff figured out and correct yourself in some ways. So this has led to a little bit of a disconnect between us, and you know, that's how it goes. We're working on it for sure. Dahlia, how's it going, my friend? Thanks for being on the channel. If you're here for the Rimworld, I swear we'll have Rimworld very, very, very soon. And yeah, hope you enjoy hanging out for the blah, blah, blah. Cyber Oracle, thank you for generously giving a subscription to Two Cats Yelling. Two Cats enjoy your ability to watch the crossword and the emotes and so on. You came from the YouTube after a CK3 tutorial. I'm glad. I hope it helped a little bit. Those tutorials were made probably 2 or 3 years ago, so some of their information is a little bit out of date, but I hope they're still helpful. And if you find yourself needing help with anything in particular in CK3, there's definitely someone in channel who can help you out, I guarantee. Anyway, back to the story. So I've got a student that we have a little bit of disconnection, but it's still fun talking with him. But yesterday, before talking to him, I had a realization that he'd be very well served by reading a particular book that addresses the kind of things he cares about in the kind of ways that I think are helpful. And so I thought it might be a nice bridge text between us. And I know he's busy. And so I said to him after class yesterday in the middle of a conversation, I've got this idea for a book that you might really like, that might be very helpful, etc., etc. And I'd like to buy it for you as a gift. Now, no hurry that you read immediately, no obligation you read it, but what would you think if I bought you a book to read maybe over the summer? And he said, how long is it? And I said, I don't know, 200, 250 pages? Would you read that? And he said, no. This is what we're working with, team. This is what we're working with these days. I appreciate his honesty. Right? I appreciate his honesty that he is very, very clear. He would not read the book I would want to give him as a gift. I guess in the same way, like, occasionally someone buys you a sweater and you're not going to buy that sweater. That said, you say thank you anyway. I think what confuses me here is actually much less the refusal of a gift thing. It's much more he presents himself as the intellectual type. He presents himself as someone who is interested in ideas, interested in engagement with big questions and all the rest. And I know he's able to read well. I know he's someone who is not or has no troubles with reading. We've talked about what kind of things he's read in the past, and he said like he can zoom through books very quickly. But my gift, not so much. Anyway, that was a sad moment for me. But I was struck that maybe we approach the world in different ways. Because I know back in my undergrad, there were times when teachers pulled me aside and said, like, hey, you don't seem especially challenged by this. Here's a book you might consider instead. And I'm not sure if it was desire to challenge myself more or desire to have the professor think well of me, but I would always go read the book. And it would be so hard sometimes, but I'd stumble through. And also to show I've been a good reader, I would like come to them with some questions. I was reading chapter 1, and I think this might be a personal element of me as opposed to anything to do with the student per se. Now again, it's fine. It's good that he's being honest. It's good that he knows himself. But man, at the age of 18 or 19, being ready to cut oneself off from being challenged in some ways is a little unfortunate. So it's how it goes. Your mother threatened to stop buying you a book when you were a teen because you read them so fast. Quite the opposite story, definitely. That deep engagement with books. Now, in my case, of course, I used the library, right? And I love that the library had available all the books I might want to read and so on. Maybe I saved myself a lot of money. I mean, the book, I think, is out of copyright. I suspect there are very, very cheap editions out there. It was written in English, so don't worry about translation problems. The book is William James's The Varieties of Religious Experience. And so I expect you can get a copy for like $5 or something. So definitely to engage with a student, I would do that kind of thing. Now, that's fine. It was just a moment of surprise. It was just a moment of concern and confusion. And so I wanted to tell you all about it. Anyway, that's what happened in my life yesterday. Other than that, some pretty good teaching, had a good time with that, and a lovely walk with Noms last night. We left school a little bit late last night, but it was a cool evening. Japan is now becoming more fully into its fall for a couple or few weeks here before winter comes, and so it wasn't too windy, though today it is, but Noms and I went and had a little bit longer walk home than usual, and didn't see anything special, but just had time to wind down after our days together. So that was a pretty good time, and yeah, as I get older, I just really enjoy these moments of, I don't know, connection, relaxation. I found myself in the past week or two being gratitude guy. I found myself, for some reason, being really attentive to the positive, which, if you know me, I struggle with a little bit at times, so very happy for that. Dahlia says, your wife is volunteering at the library. The girls, they're twins, are devouring books. Awesome. I mean, volunteerism is obviously amazing. Also, Dahlia, you're at least the second person in our community with twins. Is it a coincidence? Maybe the Resorty channel approaches twins or attracts twin parents. We should run a survey on that. we should begin marketing the Resorty channel to people who make searches or make posts on Facebook about having twins. I think we're onto something. But are you a giant? That's the further question. I think my community needs to be made up of people who have twin childrens and people who are diagnosed as giants. And if you're neither of those, get out. We don't need you anymore. Wherein we end up with 3 viewers, mostly talking to ourselves. Today you saw a doe and 2 fawns walking 10 feet away from you and your dog. Wow. I mean, yeah, the deer I've seen throughout my life have been terrified by dogs. That's very cool, though, that you're able to, or they're able to tolerate the animals like that. I always wonder about the degree to which different animals become accustomed to friendly humans and friendly animals. And I want that to happen, right? I want interspecies interaction. I was very, very young. I tried hard to interact with rabbits and so on. I wanted to be the animal whisperer. But of course I know that being friendly with some humans might cause problems with other humans. There are fine stories about what the dodo, I think the dodo bird is a creature that didn't have any natural predators, or maybe at least no landborne predators where it was from, and so when humans showed up, they didn't fear humans. And now we have no dodos. I think likewise is it Australian? Is it New Zealandish? It's somewhere down there. The quokka, is that what it's called? Friends, it's time for a quick little internet search. Hello, Fritz. Quick little internet search to figure this one out. We may have discussed this before. I've in fact forgotten. Cat. So, quokka, animal. All right, slightly different. Look at this thing. This is not AI, this is an actual creature in the world. Behold! And so apparently, these are little buddies, and they are indeed little buddies. So we get an image of them interacting with a human somewhere. Human. Shut up! No, they're real. There you go. So you can see the relative size there. And so apparently, they don't have any land-based predators where they're from. I believe their predators are aerial primarily. And so when the quokka runs across a human, it doesn't know what to do. It's like, hello, what are you? And this has led to profound danger for them. To the point that I believe the Australian national government has special rules about the island on which they live. Yeah, Rat's Nest Island. What a great name that is. Rat's Nest Island. And so I wonder if it's the case that when the explorers first found these, obviously the Western explorers found them, they said, oh, they're just rats, a different kind of rat or something. Rat's Nest Island where they live. I believe the Australian government has fairly strict rules on how you can engage with them. But yeah, saved by selfies from Scholastic Science World. This is probably a magazine for children, I'm guessing. Seems very, very likely. I think Scholastics, I saw long ago. Tourists flock to Australian island to take photos of adorable animals called quokkas. Are they helping or hurting the wildlife? False disjunction. Anyway, can social media alter people's interaction with wildlife? So is there a question of the day? Does it make people more aware of them, and so it helps with conservation efforts? Or does it cause more and more people to come running over to check these things out? Wait, it's quokkas? I apologize, Australians, your pronunciation is well, I can't figure it out, whatever the word for that is. Quokkas, there you go. They're cuddly and cutie. Rat's Nest Island, boost in tourism, etc. Very cute. I hope you look into it. Hope it's a good time. Anyway, there you go. Unexpected conversation topic. I don't know why it came up. Right, the deer. Many of you know my deepest desire, my life will only be fulfilled. That's fair. My life will only be fulfilled if I manage to befriend crows. Recently, I was watching a video about how to befriend crows, and I was told the number one thing that you can do is cut hot dogs into smaller pieces and put the hot dogs onto small skewers and post them around your property or around your porch. And then the crows will be able to pluck the hot dog bits off the skewers fairly easily. Now when I start thinking about putting hot dogs on skewers, it feels a little bit like, I don't know, one of those awful heads on skewers thing that one sees the bad guys do often. But one of these days, I hope to live somewhere where my neighbors are not immediately adjacent, and I can have a herd of crows, and that won't cause any problems at all. Am I trying to upset the neighbors? Like I said, I'm not going to do it here. The neighbors would be very, 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 very angry. Now, I'm not quite sure what they could do for me, or what they could do to me. Let's see. Is it illegal to... What would the word be? Domesticate crows. That's the question. Can I have a crow for a pet? It's not quite domesticate. Feed crows? Befriend crows? Let's see. Feed crows, and we're gonna say in Tokyo, of course. Stupid question about feeding crows. Japan residents 4 weeks ago. There's another person in this world who wants to be me. Is it illegal to plan a murder? HPG, you are banned for that joke. Illegal to plan a murder of crows. Alright, it probably depends on if there's an unspoken or obscure law against feeding crows. I mean, obviously there's an unspoken here. I plan on doing it from my room window or the balcony of my house. Is this my account? Have I been suffering from some kind of like, what is it, sleep redditing? Do I have a carbon monoxide problem in my house by posting about memory? 2020 Animal Welfare Act. Feeding crows or any other wild animal can be illegal. Now, can is not is. Can is not is. Jesus wept. I love it. I did it regularly and became my morning pets. However, I don't live in the city center, and it was early enough in the morning the neighbors didn't notice. Friends, an ad break is coming. It's 3 minutes. You're gonna miss the blah blah blah. It's all fine though. You are so doomed. I don't know the name of the law, but reported for one public disturbance or another. I mean, that is true. If they can run it into a general public nuisance or public disturbance complaint, then definitely in Japan, that is not permitted. You can get away with a lot of things, including being very drunk and sleeping on the street, so long as you are not troubling others while doing so. All right. So this day, we will not be breaking Japanese law because we don't feel like getting deported. That said, I bet if I move back to the wilds of Nebraska, I can make crows as friends. No one can stop me there. Suddenly, I'm a political libertarian just because I want my crow army. All right, friends, it is time to tell you a story of triumph, a story of glory, a story of joy. We have previously discussed the nation of San Marino. It is an actual factual country. It's a strange country, though, because its borders are here, and you'll notice the borders of another country, namely Italy, go all the way around it. Under normal conditions, this would be a state or a province or something like that. I do not know the history of San Marino. What I know, though, as an actual factual nation, it also has an actual factual national football team. Actual factual team there, and that team plays football against other countries of the world, most recently or currently in the UEFA, which is Europe Football Association country contest. Now, I don't remember the exact year, but until earlier this year, the San Marino national team had not won a single match since like 1914 or something. A very, very long time, but earlier this year, they won. Now, in the UEFA country contest, there are 4 or 5 different leagues. 4 or 5 different leagues. And San Marino, as you might guess, is in the very bottom league, having not won any contest at all in a very long time. They're down there in the bottom league with other similar countries, namely Liechtenstein and Gibraltar. My friends, in this contest among relatively small nations, something amazing happened earlier today. Early in the San Marino-Gibraltar match, Gibraltar scored first. And a lot of people who follow San Marino, all 12 of them, would say, well, we're gonna lose now. But for the first time in its history, San Marino came from behind to draw and then scored 2 more goals, ultimately beating Gibraltar 3-1. San Marino has never scored 3 goals before in its entire existence. And because of this victory by that many points, as well as an earlier draw, San Marino has been promoted into the next league. Having lost over and over and over for decades, a century, they're no longer in the bottom league. This is a story of profound triumph. Earlier this year, the San Marino national team got some attention because when the FIFA video game came out, San Marino was the worst rated team in the world. Number 144 out of them all, apparently. And so a YouTuber I watched who called himself Away Days, which often goes to different interesting football clubs around the world, decided to take a trip to San Marino and told the story and met the very few fans they had locally, because obviously most people from this area just cheer for Italy. And that brought some attention to them. I've been following them since, and I'm very proud of San Marino. So let's see. San Marino, what is your population, in fact? Now, you will recall 33,000. You will recall that to play for a national team, you have to be a person of that nation. Now, you can be a recent emigrant who has familial connection, I think, over 1 or 2 generations. So it's not just the 33,000 people. I'm guessing for many of you, this city, this country, is smaller than the city in which you live. I'm guessing for many of you, the country in which you live dwarfs this thing. It's a giant by comparison. And yet they managed to scrap together at least 11 players who can consistently win international football matches. And if that's not inspiring, I'm not sure what is. So next time you're struggling in life, I don't know, you close the door a little too hard and it falls off its hinges, you get a bad score, you're frustrated at work, remember that if San Marino can do it, you can do it too. There you go, team. That is today's story of inspiration and so on. Hopefully it made you laugh at least. With that said, I think it is time to play some little video games. When I say that, I do not mean Rimworld, of course. We got more stuff to do today. More stuff to do first, including the Redactyl, the Word of the Day, some other little games, and so on. I really do hope you're doing well today. I appreciate you taking time to hang out with me. It's been a fun stream already. And like I said yesterday, I've been amazed at how much Rimworld has caught me again. Because last time we tried to play Rimworld, about a year ago, I think, I was kind of just bored. I could not find the way to enjoy it. It felt repetitive and slow. This time, though, for reasons I do not know, it's being so much fun. So excited to get back into the playthrough. It's very early days for the playthrough, but we're having a good time anyway. For now, though, let's go ahead and take today's word of the day. Word of the day. Oh, before that, I need to mention, yesterday we discussed my computer's readiness for the movement to Windows 11. Windows 11. And we established that to update the Windows 11 on my computer, Windows 10 to 11, we have to change some BIOS setting. Now, you'll be aware that to change BIOS or BIOS, however you say it, BIOS, you have to restart the computer. And if there's one thing I refuse to do during midweek, it's restart the computer. So I've done all the research necessary to understand how to change the security setting on my motherboard, blah, 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 in order to make the computer ready for the big update. That said, I'm not going to restart until Sunday. So if you're interested in hacking into my computer right now because I've not done the important Windows security update, shh, don't tell anybody. Feel free to hack into it right now. It's open season. I'm sure there's 0 days such and so. Please don't hack my computer. It makes me very sad. Friends, the word of the day is... That's an old one. That's an old one. Here we go. Word of the day is denigrate. Word of the day is denigrate. I do wonder if the etymology might be what I think it is, but we will see for sure. Denigrate. To denigrate someone is to criticize them heavily and often unfairly. Denigrate can also mean, quote, to make something seem less important or valuable, end quote. So either of a person or of a thing or idea or otherwise. Her essay denigrates her mentor as a person and as a teacher. Though initially quick to denigrate the work that had been done, the group quickly realized that those efforts have laid a good foundation for what they themselves hope to accomplish. Friends, is the word denigrate new to any of you? If so, put a Y in chat. Letter Y for new word. Letter N if not, I suppose. These being for yes or no. Just let me know. No judgment, just curiosity. Here is denigrate in context from a book of 2023. We got some Y's, we got some N's. Sarah, good seeing you. As much as I want to have good taste in books, as much as I want to use that status to sell books that I think make the world a better place, I need to be cognizant of the ways people like me have used good taste as an act of cultural authoritarianism to manipulate culture, denigrate creations from other identities, and empower themselves at the expense of others. Josh Cook's The Art of Libromancy, Selling Books and Reading Books in the 21st Century. As I've mentioned before, some part of me really, really, really wants to run a bookstore. Unfortunately, in these days, running a bookstore is a financially terrible choice because boy howdy, it is expensive to have all those books on the shelves. And of course, they're selling books like $20. You have to sell X amount of books a day. It's very difficult economically. That said, I recognize that if I were infinitely rich and could do so, it'd be a weird position because I have certain taste, I have certain interest in certain kind of books that are worth reading. And I recognize I'd want to push those on people. I want to say, here, this is my favorite book. Please go read this. But to do well at selling books, one needs to accept that other people have different tastes. And not just say, I only stock the books I want, but also I stock the books that people might want too, even if I don't think they're great. Now, again, when it comes to figuring out what books should be in a bookstore, if one were infinitely rich and didn't care about making any money, then maybe it'd be fine to just stock your favorite books. But as the quotation says here, there's a real danger of taking on a certain supremacist view that says just my ideas matter, and then being very closed off to other people's perspectives. And I'm not talking here about, Danielle Steele's latest bodice ripper. I'm not talking about books with Fabio on the page, but instead, traditions I don't know, parts of the world I'm ignorant of. And, I think it's the case that you want to be careful about that. But yes, if I could open a bookstore that would function in the way I imagine a bookstore should run, which is people coming in and sitting and talking to me about things I like, this would be amazing. But past that, only valid perspective is yours, obviously. Everyone else must be wrong. I mean, what's my favorite book and why? this is a hard question, right? Hey, Fears, thank you for the resubscription. 20 months of subscribing. Stay amazing, you say. Thank you. I'll try my best, and thank you for generosity, for sure, for sure, for sure. Very kind of you. I mean, the answer I always give is Plato's Republic is my favorite book, simply because it was so transformative to me individually in my path as a philosopher, etc., etc. And that's because it raised some big questions I'd never thought of before and made me think in a new way I'd never done before. Now, it's a hard book. I was very lucky to read it with a very intelligent and kind and attentive person who really cared about me and cared about my growth. And so, yeah, for me, Plato's Republic will always be my favorite book, but it's partially sentimentality as opposed to a pure statement of the goodness of the text. That said, it is a perennial for a reason. It's been read over and over again for thousands of years, so there we go. If you want a quick little recommendation instead, I'd recommend William Gass's collection, In the Heart of the Country. It's William Gass, Gass. He has a little essay in it called The Pedersen Kid, or The Peterson Kid. I don't know how to say it, but it's Pedersen, I think. And it's a bit of a mystery set in a, I believe, North Dakota farm in the middle of winter. And as the cold months come, I always reread this story one time because it reminds me of, though it's cold here, ain't nothing compared to North Dakota and their profound amount of snow and all the rest. The book just makes me cold as I read it. The further comment there is that Gass is a philosopher, or was a philosopher at St. Louis University, and he also is a beautiful stylist, absolutely beautiful stylist. I've said previously that in many books, I can imagine myself having written the sentences on the page. Not that I would have done so, but they're somewhere in the area of my intelligence and my own stylistic habits. With William Gass's writing, there is no possible way I could have ever written his sentences. They're so well formed and beautiful. And at one point, someone asked him in an interview, how do you make such beautiful sentences? And he said, because I'm a very, very bad writer. Because I'm someone who knows his first draft is garbage, I sit and rework and rework and rework every single word in every single sentence until it sings as beautifully as it possibly can. And this is not just him, puffing up his editorial habits. Instead, there's this one essay he wrote that he did not attempt to publish for something like 12 or 14 years after writing it initially. And over that time, apparently he would once a week or so get it out and tinker and modify. And it's an approach to writing that is so different from the kind that's needed in today's commercial world, right? There's no time to keep writing and editing when you need to get paid. Gass, of course, had a full-time job. Anyway, that's enough about William Gass. Can always say more about that, but a beautiful stylist, if ever there was one. To Kill a Mockingbird is a big book that really formed your world. Jim, was it the character of Atticus Finch? Did Atticus Finch make you believe in justice? He did for me too, absolutely. Are there other books, folks? Are there other books that you all say like really mattered to you in your own personal growth? Whatever book you want to mention is totally fine. If there's a book that you say like, this one really mattered. I was 12 years old and I read it and or one you read at 30, or one you want to read. What book really got you? The Tractatus. All right, look here. Let's not all be big nerds here and just mention philosophy texts. What about Wittgenstein blew your mind? Because I agree, for me, my first time reading Wittgenstein was also very important, but yeah, bunch of nerds here, bunch of nerds. Grobzilla, how's it going? It's good seeing ya. Welcome, Grobzilla. Welcome to everybody. If I missed your hello, I apologize. Just a lot of people chit-chatting today. It's good to see y'all for sure. Let's see some ones mentioned. The Hobbit, apparently. Oh, if we're talking to people, we should be on this screen so you can see who I'm talking to, as opposed to just calling into the void. Dune, The Hobbit, the Foundation Trilogy, Pride and Prejudice, Art of War. Cypher, why was the Art of War a big deal for you? I've never read it, though I have read some summaries and commentary on it. I never want to tell someone that the book that made it was important for them and shaped them is a wrong book. I'm just surprised by it from what I know about it. So what made Art of War? There's this commentary on how to think in battle. What made that important to you? Lonesome Dove, Slaughterhouse 5, Catch-22. You wish you could reread Catch-22. It's good seeing you. Is it that you wish you could reread Catch-22 for the first time? You wish you could go back to a kind of ignorance about it? Or you can't find a copy? Because, yeah, there's certain books that I now know how they work. And so with that, I'm no longer surprised or excited in the same way by the moves. But I do see that for sure. Heralds of Valdemar. I don't know that one. I don't know that at all. That's pretty cool. Foundation when you're 12. So we say Foundation, we do mean the Ayn Rand one, right? Let's not talk about it too much, but you know. The Road, Blood Meridian, yeah, I can definitely say that if you're willing to stomach a certain kind of like violent approach to the world that approaches not just like cruelty but vulgarity, and also tolerate some very unusual stylistic choices, we'll call them. Cormac McCarthy is, obviously unmatched. This is me saying things like, who has good music? The Beatles. Cormac McCarthy is such an amazing creator of worlds, and such bleak worlds at times. The kind of thing where you read it and then say, thank goodness I don't live there, thank goodness I live here. But yeah, it's definitely the case that McCarthy's work has not entertained me, but challenged me in certain moments for sure. And yeah, it's bleak. And of course, for some people, my wife especially, his refusal to use ordinary punctuation, no quotation marks, maybe one comma in the entire book is so off-putting. He asks you to do a certain kind of work while reading, of trying to understand the world at every single moment, who's talking, how does the sentence go, that for some people is exhausting, right? So why even bother if the man's not going to put in the time to use good punctuation? The Dune series, still have not read that. I still have not read Dune at all. It's upstairs. Nams and I are refusing to watch the movies until we read the books. Then they stop reading the book because of grammar punctuation. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. When you're a world-class author who everyone will read, you get to start making some weird choices, right? You got to start saying, okay, I'm not going to use commas anymore, and people will tolerate that, but especially while you're starting, it's rough going. Those of you talk about McCarthy, I will say that just when they came out, I read his last two books, which are two sides of one story. Speaking as the voice of good taste in the world, they're not very good. And they have some important moments. They have some moments of real interest for me, but if they were not written by Cormac McCarthy, I would not have said they're worth the time. I think they're worth the time only because he does occasionally have that one absolute nugget, but the biggest issue in them is he's trying to write the perspective of a person who's a genius in mathematics and physics while not being a genius in mathematics and physics himself. And so there's this very, very awkward moment where he needs the character to give a profound statement that in the world has never been made before. And though he was working at the time down at the, what's that group down in New Mexico or Nevada, some institute for scientific studies, I can't remember what it's called, he was surrounded by people who could do this kind of thing. He himself could not. And so it was a moment of, man, you've broken your story by trying to do more than you can do. One of my number one tips for anyone who wants to be a writer of any sort is know what you can do and stop there, right? Push it up a little bit, but if you're someone who wants to write simply and can write simply, good. Do not embellish your words just because you think somebody else wants you to do so. And I think that McCarthy went too far on that one. Art of War is a nice read for you. The biggest text is a manual called the ORM, an operational reactor manual that explains how to safely operate a nuclear reactor. That's amazing. I've never had anyone give that kind of answer before. I'm absolutely all about that, though. Unusual entries count also. My father did some electrical work in a nuke plant for a while that I believe was like turned off entirely at the time, and he had to go through so much training about, though this thing is off, in the event that you now do this thing. And so I imagine there's such an attention to care, responsibility, recognizing your actions have consequences, etc., etc., etc. Working in that kind of environment. I see how it works. Father for Algernon, such a sad book, that one. Oh man, it's good looking through all your ideas. Lovely bones, lovely bones. I know it was made into a movie. I do not know that at all. Thank you all for talking about books with me. As I mention all the time, we do have a book club channel over on the Discord. And so if you're interested in talking about books, I'd love that there. It's a channel that I think some people mute, and that's fine, but it makes me very, very happy to engage with those things. And it's nice seeing y'all chit-chatting back and forth about books. Should authors not exhibit grand eloquence? Look at that! Therananthus using yesterday's word of the day in context today. Well done, Therananthus. Gold star for you. Anyone who can make use of the word of the day makes me very, very, very happy. All right, let's go back real quick to the word of the day and finish this. Sai mentioned the John Green text. Sai, if you've not read the, or I guess any of you, if you haven't read John Green's Something Something Anthropocene, I strongly recommend it. Anthropocene, which is like the age of humans. Green. Yes, the Anthropocene Reviewed, essays by John Green. Some of them are but there's a... Do I play it? No, it's too long. There's an essay in this one called Sycamores. The Sycamore Tree. Something like that. Yeah, it's 10 minutes long. We can't play it right now. You can watch if you want to or listen to it. It is, in my view, one of the very good, I almost said one of the best, but one of the very good engagements with depression, anxiety, the struggles of being in the world in some ways, and like sitting in that trouble and then finding a way out of it. And I don't think it works for everybody, obviously. I think it's the kind of thing that maybe helps some people. When I'm teaching a meaning of life class and trying to get my students to think in a way that might be helpful for them, might be helpful in the future, that isn't super heavy philosophy, I assign this little essay. And I can't say enough good things about it. It's helped me in some dark moments, not the darkest, but some kind of dark. And were we a reaction streamer, we would now play this video and say, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can't say it better than that. But it is really good. Maybe when the stream's not on, go give it a look. All right, back to the word of the day. Actually, before that, I occasionally worry that this stream is like being a passenger in a car being driven by a brand new driver who can't find the accelerator pedal and the brake and is constantly changing their turn signals. So I say things like, okay team, back this way. Wait, the brakes. I start hammering on the brakes. I apologize. Maybe one of these days I'll have a more smoothly flowing intro. All right, can I find what I want to talk about at all? Okay, so there is this old book that does a somewhat somewhat Cormac McCarthy kind of thing. Okay, the reader may salt and pepper. I think that's a phrase. Maybe just pepper. May pepper punctuation. Will this show me what I want? Timothy Dexter. That seems plausible. Yes. Image right here. From X.com, fine, whatever. Note to his book. Founder Mr. Printer, the knowing ones complain of my book. The first edition had no stops. I put in enough here and they may pepper and salt it as they please. So in the first few pages of this guy's book, he responds to all the complaints of bad punctuation, that he dumps them all right here, put them where you want to. So I suspect that Cormac McCarthy knew of this passage and found it as delightful as I do it. So there you go. Also, I love that this is the way in which a learned person wrote in the 1800s or so, late 1700s. Because for so many of us, these are obviously wrong spelled words. Complain and first with these spellings and enough. This shows you in some measure the way in which language changes. Again, that a learned person goes that way. Dexter the weirdo, he made a fortune following the business advice of people who are trying to ruin him. Wait, really? I don't know his story at all. Not even a little bit. Let's see if we can find a quick little summary. Timothy Dexter, Esquire. Very good. Very good. Here he is. Look at that man. Why do we not wear hats like that anymore? Can you imagine how much better your life would be with a hat with tassels? You say, the world is kind of boring today. Nothing is happening. And then you look in your peripheral vision and a happy little tassel is dancing by. I absolutely love it. He engaged in a series of improbably successful investments. Did he bet on GameStop? That's absolutely amazing. Though barely literate, he's called himself the greatest philosopher in the known world. Okay, apparently his unusual misspellings. Never mind that one. Somewhat different than perhaps other people wrote in that period. That's amazing. He bought large amounts of continental currency after the end of the American Revolutionary War. The US government made good on its notes at 1% of face value, while Massachusetts paid it at face value. So he bought a bunch of junk currency that ended up being paid for. That's amazing. It'd be like buying those 1 billion Zimbabwe notes, and then suddenly Zimbabwe says, sure, we'll cash them in for you. Fascinating. We'll read about this in the future, I'm sure. I do want to get back to the word of the day, though. We've been live now for about an hour. It's been a good time. Let's see what the word of the day is. Right, denigrate. We're doing denigrate already. We did the context. We talked about libraries. And that led us to a conversation about books I enjoyed. Someone asked my favorite book. The book concept of bookstores. From my favorite book, we asked what books mattered to you. We looked up books. We looked up Cormac McCarthy. All fun. Anyway, did you know the word denigrate has been part of the English, that's right, the English, since the 16th century, and can be traced back to the Latin nigrare, meaning to blacken. So I didn't want to say this is the case, but I assumed it was from black. When denigrate was first used, it meant to cast aspersion on someone's character or reputation. Eventually it developed a second sense of to make black. Quote, factory smoke denigrated the sky, representing an interesting case of a literal sense, now rare, following a figurative one. Nowadays, you're most likely to hear denigrate used as a synonym of defame or belittle. There you go. Denigrate. Delightful. Word of the day through and through. Remembering that Timothy Dexter, the guy we just talked about, believed he was the greatest philosopher of all time, reminds me that yesterday evening I wanted to listen to some music, and so I listened to the very strange Stephen Sondheim musical, Assassins, in which he tries to tell a musical about the way in which assassination, blah, 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 etc. Fascinating attempt, was not well reviewed. Had an opening on Broadway that collapsed very quickly. Anyway, midway through that, there's an engagement with the fellow who shot President Garfield, and how he also thought he was the world's greatest philosopher. It's like, I wonder, like, when one makes that claim, does it always come from a position of like profound arrogance that leads one to make wild investments, or leads one to, go after Garfield? I don't know. Part of that guy's life, his name is Charles Guiteau, is that he was such an unpleasant person to be with that when he joined an intentional community, one of these communities built around let's do amazing things together, he was thrown out of this weird little commune for being too strange. After he killed Garfield, of course, he was killed by the state, and apparently he wrote his own song and his own speech that he sang while marching to the hanging area. Now, this is, of course, perhaps signs of some mental unwellness, but the world is full of strange people doing strange things. All right, last bit of this one. Test your vocabulary. Fill in the blanks to reveal a word that refers to defamation or denigration of a person by written or representational means. It's libel. Libel is always written down. Slander is not written down normally. In the future, friends, when someone says, you've libeled me, and you say, no, it was out loud, you mean slander, I'm sure you'll make a whole bunch of friends very, very quickly. There you go. Friends, let's do the dolls. It is time first for our good friend, the Globe game. Where are we in the world today? Where do we choose? Where do we begin? Now, I know San Marino was a recent correct answer, but I'm going to put it in now anyway, because it was the star of today's opening lecture. What? Maybe it wasn't a recent one. Pre-played? True. Definitely recorded. Well, that's a thing. You thought it was yesterday's? No. Yesterday's was... I don't recall. It was San Marino last week. I thought it was. I thought it absolutely was. But I doubt they do the same one repeatedly. Nope, that's definitely done. Huh. Well, that's a thing. How do they determine what country there is? Why are my friend and I getting different countries? Sometimes updates to the game don't reach everyone's browser at the same time. Yeah, I wonder if it just picks a random country every day. I don't know. The other day I accused someone of cheating for anything and won. Do I still stand by that? So the word accuse is a strong word. When someone guesses things very, very quickly, I cry out, "You cheater!" In the same way that when I make a mistake on stream, I cry out, "You fool!" In neither case am I actually meaning the accusation. It's just a bit. It is a bit. Once again, I need an on-screen, this is a bit. Alright, that one's done. Let's go and knock out the Graffle now. If you've not seen this one, we tried it yesterday for the first time, and it was so much fun. So we have a chart running from 1995 through 2022. In 1995, there were 4,000. We can follow the ups and downs. In 2022, there were 70,000. So here you go. Were these the annual speeches delivered at the Oxford Union? That's a debating society. The annual attendance at Comic-Con in San Diego. The annual participants in publicly registered 24-hour hackathons in hundreds. So 70,000 hundreds, awkward. Or the number of feature films submitted annually to cons, or number of annual attendees of the UN Climate Summit. So of these, it's certainly not the Oxford Union, because I believe they only have maybe one a week, and they gather together absolutely everybody in the union to sit in a big hall and to listen to two people debate and then ask questions and so on. And it's a big deal. Fun to watch. They often have their debates online. So 70,000, far too many. Attendance at Comic-Con. I mean, I know a lot of what are now major events, things like Burning Man, the various cons, various trade shows, started really quite small, in the 70s or 80s, and then gradually began to climb bit by bit to the point they are now huge events. Absolutely huge. The zero here in 2020 feels like something may have been canceled. So this one feels very, very strong. Now, 70,000 people going to a Comic-Con feels potentially right to me. I wouldn't be surprised if it were somewhat more than that, but this feels very, very strong. Hackathons, I don't know enough about hackathons. I've seen rooms or pictures of these like giant warehouse-like rooms or convention centers filled with rows and rows and rows and rows of computers and people hammering away and sweating and so on. That's how it goes. I know that some of you take part in these, but my sense that there are 700,000 people, or even more if I've misplaced the tens, is ridiculous. Feature film submitted to Cannes seems interesting to me also, because with the lower prices of professional grade equipment and professional grade editing software, and the ability of relatively ordinary and inexpensive computers over the past decades, it feels to me like more and more films would be submitted. Now, 4,000 to 70,000 is a lot. I wouldn't be surprised. Now, Cannes may have been canceled in 2020, but I suspect they still would have had submitted items unless they closed down submissions before, right? They closed down submissions before 2020 and said, look, things are getting dicey. We're not even bothering. Off it goes. Lastly, number of annual attendees of the UN Climate Summit. I don't know how big of a thing this is. Again, canceling 2020 feels good to me. So I'm saying absolutely not on number one. I'm saying probably not on number three. So we're down to three of them, which means we will get it in the next three guesses. But which one is it going to be? So the huge spike here feels to me like there may have been excitement after a year off at Comic-Con. It could also be that there was a backlog of films that were then submitted. My guess, though, if there's a backlog of films, then this would not be following the same trend line, but instead roughly doubled. So I'm saying Comic-Con. Wrong, you fool! Attendance at the San Diego Comic-Con has grown steadily from 15,000 attendees in the 1990s to over 135,000 in recent years. All right, so as I said, I think it'd be over 100,000. That was correct. All right, from my earlier hypothesis that after a year off, this would have doubled for the film festival, I'm going to the Climate Summit. And the reason why is I know that there's been so much more attention to environmental issues in the past few years, right? Clearly the case that there's been a big youth awakening after Greta Thunberg on that one. Now the spike here I'm not sure about. spike here I'm not sure about. This is 2008 Obama years, I believe, or the end of Obama years. And so might this be something Paris Accords? I can't remember when that is. Let's see. I punched the table, I apologize. Did you know the UN Climate Summit has grown exponentially since its inception, starting with fewer than 4,000 attendees and peaking at over 70,000 in 2022. This reflects the urgency and global interest in addressing climate change. The peaks are in 2009 and the Paris Agreement of 2015, so off by 6 years on Paris. All right, there you go. There you go, team. Paris Accords, Copenhagen, year off, boom, boom, boom. Very cool, very cool. Thank you for playing that with me. What is the next one we do each day now? It's not Redactyl. Redactyl will come in a moment. I have too many, I don't dare say this, but I have too many tabs open such that I can't find which games we play. Here's one, we're doing the Tradle. Friends, which country exports these products? Oh, that's perfect. 424 billion money goes out. So this is the equivalent of yesterday's exports, slightly under India. So, coal briquettes is number one. I wish I were living in the US. I could run outside and look at the bag of Coleman, I think, Grill Buddies, and see where they came from. So coal, iron ore, petroleum. It's gotta be a big country. It's gotta be a big country. What comes to mind immediately is Russia. I think Russia comes out immediately. I'm ready for this to be wrong, but we'll see if I'm right. Let's see. It is not Russia. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, we're living on a prayer. So it's 10,000 kilometers to the south of Russia. Now, do recall that's from the center of the country to the center of the country, as opposed to border to border. Now, it sure would be helpful if Resorty knew how far 10,000 kilometers was. So it's definitely in that hemisphere. Do I know if it's north or south hemisphere? Of course not. So 10,000 from the middle of Russia, I believe, is going to be just south of the equator. I have no idea. Genuinely no idea what comes to mind right now. Because I'm thinking you need a pretty substantial landmass to get the big mining and extraction going at 424 billion. This is going to be possibly this random guess day. We know it's not India because India was yesterday and their number one output was, I don't recall, not coal. There's Pakistan, I suppose. I know nothing about Pakistan, unfortunately. I suspect that some portion of Pakistan could do the wheat thing. Sure, let's do Pakistan and see what's what. It is a little better. So it's about the same distance to the northeast. Sorry, southeast rather. What's out there? What's out there? I feel like it might be like the Indian Ocean, possibly. Now, southeast is a big area, so it could be like one of the Southeast Asian countries. But what? But what? Australia feels ridiculous to me. Now, I don't know. Like, Australia's real big. Is this far away? I'm not sure. Based only on this is real big, let's go ahead and guess Australia, God love ya. Hey, we did it! Hey, we did it! Good job, team. Good job, team. Yeah, cool. Cool. So Australia has that, coal briquettes. Now, coal is made by burning wood, correct? I think by burning wood. And so, I wonder if they import wood to burn? Or if they instead... Wait, coal's in the ground. Wait, I've played too many colony builders recently. In the real world, does coal come from the ground or does coal come from burning wood? Help? It's mined coal. Good. For reference, the equator is roughly 20,000 kilometers long. Blue Link, I was told the equator is 10 or 40,000 kilometers long. The circumference of the Earth is 40,000. Am I off by double? I don't know, team. It is 40,000. All right, very good. No, it's flat. Yeah, thank you. I mean, you still have like a length, I suppose. No circumference. What is the length of the world, you flat earthers? I need your help here, clearly. I don't know if you saw, I have a tiny little purple mug today. I wanted to show you a different mug that looks tinier in my hand than usual. The only problem with being a tiny little mug is that it's already empty. I want to see who guessed Australia first, so I can give a word of appreciation to that person. Holy moly, Shadow Avatar. The fourth guess of the day said Australia. That is amazing. Well done to you today. Very, very good job. We're learning about the world. And that makes me happy. Tomorrow, more of that one. Today, I think there's one more little game. Is there? Have I forgotten little games? Well, who knows? Anyway, we can look through the look through the tabs on what comes to mind. And if nothing comes to mind, we will very quickly play the Redactyl, and that will be fun. That's talking to ChatGPT. That's the old Redactyl. I scroll through these only to upset you. Chess.com! Right, we want to do a couple little chess puzzles to see if we should actually try to stream chess. Yes, cheese.com. Here we go. May I do little baby puzzles? What's the Guess the Country game called? It's called Global. Globe.game.com. It also has a Guess the Capital game, which I find very disappointing because I can't remember any capitals of the world. And so the majority of that game is always, I don't know anything, chat, what's the answer? And nobody enjoys that. May I do a quick puzzle to see what is what here? Or do I have to log in? Here we go. Train with chess puzzles to improve your game. Chess is big on Twitch, so yesterday we took a vote midway through Rimworld, and the question was, do you want to see a chess stream? And the majority of the voters said no. As you all are the ones who are here tolerating my playing little games, let's take the vote again. I'm curious, what do you think? A chess stream question mark. Sure, sounds fun. Nope, boring, lame, etc. Either way, cuckoo. Please vote now. The chat's in poll. The poll's in chat. You'll be anonymous, and no matter what you say is good. All right, I solved the puzzle. Okay, so is this the king or is this the king? Oh man, I had the thought of let's look at the puzzle and solve it in a very impressive way. This is the king. Thank you. Thank you. This is the queen. I know how they move. Is the chess puzzle meant to be like one quick movement and then bingo bango you win? Or do you play your way all the way through it? Because I believe moving the bishop here is a safe move. Not the majority of you, but the plurality of you say, no chess stream, thank you. That's fine. That's fine. Pro chess ad breaks. I couldn't play a whole round fast enough. Watching chess is tolerable as a knowledgeable caster. How dare you? How dare you? All right. I'm going to do this now, and then we'll never play chess again. So what happens if I destroy that? Can I just keep ramming through? Can I just bishop all the way through forever? Because again, the knight can't get the bishop. Ha ha! There you go. Chess is easy. Mission accomplished. We're never playing chess again, so I can go out with a 100% victory condition. I love it. I like it. We'll never do it again, thank you. Friends, it's time for the actual game that most of you enjoy, the only game that's actually desirable to see. It is time for the Redactyl, and I'm gonna find it this time instead of opening a new tab. There you go! Yesterday was not Drew's. That was definitely the last one. All right, yesterday's puzzle was Claude Shannon in 57 guesses right there. Claude Elwood Shannon, American mathematician and so on. Father of information theory. Some of you are like computer scientists. It was very helpful having you here because any name that we don't all know is a big, big issue. For now, though, we have a new puzzle of the day. Puzzle 957. The 4 blanks to a blank of blank blank and blank blank between blank and the blank of blank from blank to blank. There you go, team. We have 3 words we need to guess to get the big win this time. I'll type in my 2 quote-unquote guesses, and then I want to see your guesses if you please. Anything you want to put in, we'll figure it out together. Word number 1 is philosophy. There's 1 philosophy. Word number 2 is potato. No potatoes. Let's do what you got. We got period. There's 7 periods at least. How about distance? There are no distances. We do history also. There are 10 of those. The word this is already uncovered. The word blank, that's funny. There's 0 blanks. The word bay, there are 0 bays. State, 10 states, well done. The word system, as usual, there are 4 of those. How about language? There are 2 of those. How about grew? There are 2 of those. How about classical? There are 0 of those. The word country, there are 5 of those. England, there's 79 of Englands. A lot of these things are England for sure, the word between is already in it. It's a preposition, but thank you for that. How about industry? There are 0 industries. The word year, there are 19 of those. The word course, of course, there are 2 of those. How about aisle? No aisles. We have science. No sciences. Chess, none of those at all. How about heart? This page has no heart, unfortunately. King, 78 kings, well done. Period. Period, 7 of those. Maybe slow chat is good for this one in case someone's very close. I mean, I guess slow chat makes people able to guess only once every blah, blah, blah. Is that a good idea? I guess that'd be a way for us to solve in fewer answers. How about tomorrow we'll try slow chat? How about we do that? Is that fair? Let's try it once and see what happens. But yeah, good idea. I always forget it's possible to do things like slow down chat. The things I know about with chat are reading chat and banning people. And that is all. That is all. Friends, I want to make a guess. This is based only on the first sentence. I'll put the word trucin. There are 3 truces. Very, very good. Very, very good. All right, where on earth were we? We're Victorian. Victorian with 0. We then have year. Already did that one a little earlier. We have the word kingdom, 20 of those, period. 7 of those already. We have the word, region, I believe. 1 of those, well done. Henri, there are 4 Henrys. Nation, 0 of those. Future, 3 of those. Slow, 1 of those. Discover, 1 of those. How about France? There are 2 Frances. Kingdom, I think we did that already. We did. How about the word county? There are 4 of those. Well done. Could you R9000 also? Is R9000 actually on Twitch? I know Robot9000 means on a forum, you can only post something that no one has ever posted before. Is that in fact available in Twitch also? If so, we can turn it on for this section for sure. Scotland. Scotland. 38 Scotlands. Good Lord. Because I love the place, I'm putting Wales in. There are 22 Waleses, of course. 22 Waleses, just 22 Wales, I believe. Refers, there are 2 refers. 100, there are 0 hundreds. C, there's 1 C. The word rebellion, there are 15 rebellions. How about line? There are 3 of those. Duchy, none of those. Wife, none of those. Mongolia, one of these days, but not today. How about the word the Netherlands? How about Netherlands? No Netherlandish people today. How about 4? 9 fours. Queen, there's 1 of those. The word marriage, there are 2 marriages. How about Spain? There are 2 Spains. Let's find Richard. There are 7 Richards. Great. There are 10 of those. James, 8 of those. Someone wants a personal union. There are 3 of those. How about our friends in Ireland? There you go, team. How about our word war? There are 145 wars. Good job. We're looking for a war, apparently. We got united. There are 3 of those. Independence. There are 2 of those. Alba, that's a word for Scotland. None of those. Ireland. There are 24 Irelands. Battle, 36. Channel, 2 of those. Tribute, none of those, unfortunately. Period, 7 of those. Divorced, there's 0 of those, unfortunately. Friends, the second ad break is coming. We should have been done by now. It's my fault for sure. 100. There are no hundreds. 30. There are no 30s. 7. There are 3 sevens. Pair. There are 0 pairs. English. 99 Englishes. Art. 1 of those. Crusade. 1 of those. Someone's already gotten it, but I only put in the first word. We gotta do this together, friends. China, none of those. Great, none of those. Combined, 1 of those. Second, 16 of those. Roses, 0 of those. 3, 25 of those. Civil, we got it together. Woo, woo. The English Civil War. I believe the first person to get it was Agellius today. Does that seem right? That seems right. The English Civil War. GG, well played. Friends, it took us 73 guesses. The average is 22, but those people are reading and only putting in good answers, where we put in Mongolia every day and potato. That said, never mind. I was gonna say we had a higher than average accuracy. That's completely false. 65% better than our normal. Well done. The English Civil War refers to a series of civil wars and political machinations between royalists and parliamentarians in the Kingdom of England from 1642 to 1651. Part of the wider 1639 to 1653 Wars of the Three Kingdoms. The struggle consisted of the First English Civil War, the Second English Civil War, and the Third English Civil War. The latter is also known as the Anglo-Scottish War, since most of the fighting took place in Scotland. Does anyone know if this war is the one in which Marshall Wade fought? Anybody know that? When did Marshall Wade fight? Okay. Okay, 9 Years' War, War Session, the Jacobite Uprising, War of Quadruple Alliance. He did not, unfortunately. He did not. Now, friends, do you know why I'm asking this question? Sing it with me. Lord grant that Marshal Wade. What's the rest of it? May by thy mighty aid victory bring. May he sedition hush, and like a torrent rush rebellious Scots to crush. God save the King. There you go. One of the verses of God Save the King includes how awful the Scots are. I don't think they sing that one anymore, but it delights me every day knowing the British national anthem includes a section about how awful the Scots are. Sorry. Oh, it's a great song. Do I know what the national animal of Scotland is? National animal of Scotland. I do not. I know that Wales gets the dragon. I know that England gets the lion. I do not know what the national anthem is. It's a unicorn. It's the unicorn. I had no idea. I guess that makes sense, right? If the Welsh get the dragon, then our good friends of Scotland get a mythical creature also. You're from the UK and you never knew that? See, this is the channel where people learn things, including about their own country. And that's a fun time for sure. Anyway, if you're still here, congratulations, you made it to the part where we're actually playing a video game. Can you believe it? After hours of promise, a long period of belief that maybe someday, ooey, we continue our playthrough. The verse of the German national anthem you don't sing anymore, Eka, I know them, but I won't bring them up. Friends, I'm gonna run an AFK for about 15 seconds just to fill my coffee mug with water. It'll be very, very quick. I'll let the game run for your collective amusement. We'll see how it goes. Good. Okay, we return in glory and such. Vaguely having trouble remembering what on earth we were doing yesterday. Except Rog's having a real bad time. And part of why he's having a real bad time is because we made him an important person in the colony and can't give him the clothes he wants. Snoot TV! What the heck is going on? It's good seeing you, Snoot. For those who don't know Snoot TV, friend of the channel, person I like watching in my off hours when they stream. That's the raid button. Oh god, we're raiding Snoot. No. No, stop raiding. Wrong command. Let's try it again. Snoot's a person I like watching very, very much, but we're not gonna raid them in the middle of my stream. Anyway, if you're interested, consider throwing a follow towards Snoot. They're taking part also in our hot potato charity stream that's coming next week. And yes, indeed, we are practicing Rimworld so we can do well in the charity stream next week. A charity stream that includes such giving incentives as we will have a Lego stream. Incentives like we're going to make a cooking stream with noms. Incentives like I will grow my beard out for 6 months' time without shaving even once. We'll see how it goes. I'm pretty excited, but it's going to be a really fun time through and through. And they're more reasonable goals also. I want to be good for charity. It's how it goes. All right, like I said, Rog's having a bad time. Part of it is because he is struggling with a lack of chemicals also. We're in emergency let's grow smoke leaf mode, and I'm not quite sure if he'll be able to hang on until this is done. Will I get kicked out of Japan for having a beard? I mean, while it is the case that Japanese culture in general does not support beard having, this is because in general Japanese men cannot grow effective beards, it is the case that maybe we'll be okay. I'm already seen as an outsider, so that will surely continue. For the moment, I'm just going to throw all of the hay into a pile here. This is not ideal game strategy because the hay will go bad. Now, we might make a little house for the llamas eventually, but for the moment, it sits there. And what do we call the hay storage pile? We call it hay. Hay. Good. Good. Japanese can grow pretty good beards, so I don't want to be overly general on that one. I have 2 Japanese colleagues and 1 Japanese friend who have seen me growing stubble even a little bit and say, I wish my face could do that. Now, maybe there are people who grow very, very well, but that is clearly how this goes for sure. Oh, I get some tattoos. The resorty tattoo. No tattoos. I'm thinking tattoos not be terribly wise for a place that traditionally associates tattoos with criminality through and through. Is there no roof here? Should I do a giveaway incentive of having a Zoom call with me? I mean, I don't mind the idea, but I can't do it for everyone who contributes. And some people, of course, wouldn't want it. So do I say, like, at X dollar amount, we do a Zoom call? That then feels like I'm being exclusionary to people who are just hanging out. You know, it's one of these things. I really struggle with any, I will give X to a particular person. Is this a charity stream? No, Blaze. It's next week. When it's happening, you'll see charity things on screen. If you give money right now, it goes into my pocket to live with my other money to be fed to the cat eventually. But yeah, it is the case that I really struggle with giving particular benefits to only some people. I guess I should ask though, do you all mind? Like if a streamer says, look, in order to encourage someone to give X amount, should we go ahead and say the person who contributes $200 gets X? In the same way that a like public radio says, if you contribute now $100, then you receive a tote bag. No problem with charity donation goals. I always don't want to leave people out. This is why there's almost no special benefits if you're a tier 2 or 3 sub in the channel. Like, I recognize that those people support the channel in a different and good way, but at the same time, I don't want to leave other folks out. We'll deal with that eventually. And I struggle with this quite a bit. I know I should incentivize higher tiers and so on. You really enjoyed the handwritten letters. Oh my goodness! Donate People Guide. Thank you for the $5 tip. Unexpected and delightful. It's a tip. And remember, daggers talk, money howls. The worst voice line ever from a game I wanted to be amazing. A limited edition resorty tote bag. I am thinking of potentially, this is not a promise, potentially sending, that's a waste, potentially sending stickers to anyone who contributes. I just have to figure out how exactly that would work. I think I found a company that will do that with me not knowing your addresses, but I'm not quite sure. Resorty hot tub stream? No. Despite the fact we want to do good things for charity, I will not make a fool of myself. That is the most important element of this. Once upon a time, I would do anything for engagement, anything for money, etc. But at some point I said, you know what? If no one else is gonna respect me, at least I need to respect myself. So That is one of the few things we'll not do ever, 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 but we'll see. A resorty onsen stream? I suspect that the owners will be very, very angry with me for bringing a camera into the bathing area. I don't know. An IRL stream? I've never done a stream outside of my home, except in an office a few times, so I don't know. I don't know, team. I don't want to harsh the fun. And yet, how about a philosophy stream? That is on the list. Philosophy stream is one thing that might happen. I'll show the whole list of incentives probably next week, once I've thought a little bit more fully about it. Friends, we have a mad rat coming our direction. The rat's very cranky about something. I do not know what. If I need any art, I let you know. Snoot, thank you for that very much. I'll probably stick with my standard paint drawn items. We'll see. A lecture on stream? Absolutely. A lecture on stream will happen if we hit some amount. I don't know. As I said previously, I don't want to have too many incentives because I don't want to waste the good ones. Like, obviously I want to do well, but I don't want to say, hey, if we hit $10, I'll have a philosophy stream. We hit $20, I'll grow my beard forever, right? That kind of thing. I instead want to go bit by bit and make sure we have other fun for the future. Where'd that rat go? Where's that ratamon? Friends, I realized yesterday that if we're gonna farm something on this playthrough, we need to probably start farming elephants, because they're the only interesting creatures on this map. I now wonder though, can elephants go inside of pens? Because yesterday, you might recall, they can't. They can't. Yesterday, Jan Resorti said, let's have a turtle farm. Turtles cannot go in pens either. So the thing to do, of course, would be to put a home zone, restricted zone onto the map in the exact same place as the pen. This is a little bit cheesy. And also, is it a cruel thing to restrict elephants? Is that a kind of cruelty? They're brilliant. They can protect themselves. Afraid of rats, yes, but otherwise dominating. I don't know. The morality of this playthrough is still undetermined. We are ranchers, so maybe we care less about the animals' happiness, except insofar as it affects the quality of the meat they produce. The map is their pen. I don't necessarily mind that, except it doesn't feel like much of a ranch if we're just saying, well, any creature on the map is mine, oh mine. All right, once more with the rat, we're gonna deal with this. We're right there, very good. So do we believe that we can shoot it successfully, or that it will step into a trap? The answer is no, probably not. Build a fence around the entire map. I love that idea. Unfortunately, I suspect the neighbors would not be into it. Okay, though it's actually raining, though it's actually ranging, the shots rang out in the rain. Brilliant. It's the case that this rat was dealt with effectively. A wizard shot once, Rog shot once, an A+, yes. The turtle farms that you dreamed about. So I don't necessarily mind throwing turtles into a box. That seems nice to me. I think we'll start catching turtles soon. In principle, I refuse to name them after the Ninja Turtles. It's been done over and over again. I'll take names like Shelly, names like the Plastron Protector, all good, but no Ninja Turtles this playthrough. All right, never mind. Let's say, hey, Rog got his drugs, but no. It is the case that Rog is still very slowly trying to make drugs. Someday, brother, someday. He can't comfort himself, but he can comfort someone else instead. No one has sad memories. Right now, we're going to give a little speech saying, hey, you should believe in your beliefs. But everyone already believes in their beliefs, unfortunately, so no point in that. For now, you just wander about. That will be good. Name of your warships. I don't know the names of any warships. Like, I could throw out a whole bunch of, the USS XYZ and maybe get lucky at some point, but probably past that, not too much. I don't know. Is the USS Enterprise a warship in either of the properties? I know it's like the flagship of the Starfleet group. It is? Oh, very good. If I can just start naming Star Trek ships and bingo bango A+, maybe we'll do that. That said, one thing we used to do when it came to giving away animal names, if you're going to have more than one of a kind, we do a giveaway and someone would say, here is the theme we're working with. Here is the thing. It could be, Three Stooges or colors or whatever else you want, and we try to work with that. We'll try that in the future, I think. Oh, anyway, why are you going slowly? Well, a slight cleanliness bonus, but that's basically where it's going to be. That's how it goes. Just keep working, brother. Wizard's experience in intellectual is quite high. It's rushing higher and higher. Putting in floors would help, etc., but one of these days. Is anybody on job 1 cleaning right now? Unfortunately, the person who's doing research is on job 1 cleaning and research. Now, as you probably know, research is a full-time job. Once they get that nose in the book, they never ever want to look away. Like, oh, I love reading. I would definitely read a book that someone bought me as a gift. I would never be so rude as to say, no, I will not read the book you get. Oh, okay, too much. Okay, we need someone else to help out with the cleaning. So Beloved AA is our constructor and our cook. Cooking is also a full-time job. We prefer not to take him off that. So Rog here, our grower. We don't have that much growing right now. I need him to instead be our cleaner, but he refuses to clean, you fool. For now, job 1 hauler and then drop the other priorities. That's all fine. And who will clean? AA. I'm going to say we don't need that much construction or cleaning. Is that true? Who knows? We have apparently no finished meals right now. That's unfortunate. I think when stream ended yesterday, I said, please remind me that I really need to hunt. Because we have, no food. Let's remedy that one straight away. You will recall that we're playing Ranchers, and so we are only doing the carnivorous thing in this playthrough. We only eat the meat. Now with the raining, that's not so good. So instead of being hunters, we are now gatherers. What will we gather? The animals that were killed by the panthers nearby. And we recognize that by picking up the corpses, we're making possible panther problems. And if we have those, we have some big problems, of course. So we'll see how it goes. We eat meat and natural plants. Right, we couldn't establish yesterday if berries make our characters unhappy. Or if it's only ones that we ourselves have grown. I might do a quick little bit of Rimworld science here and have someone eat some berries and see if they get crossed over it. We really need to fix our production queue here. Needing a job 1 hauler would be very important. A 4th character will be truly amazing. Incidentally, the president of my university loves the word truly so much. Harvest botched, you fool. So anytime he's looking for he doesn't say or. So his way of holding the floor is to repeatedly say the word truly. We are truly grateful that you are here today. We have one of the truly greatest faculties in all of Japan. Our students are truly, he does this once a paragraph or so. Another of my colleagues, one of my colleagues and I will occasionally sit there and count the trulies and sort of wink and smile at each other. But apparently my wife spotted us doing this last time and said, look, I'm on the stage and can see you all playing your silly game. That means the president can see also. And I said, okay. We should probably start acting like reasonable adults. That's how it goes. You set religions to be more lax with rules. I mean, that's a good idea. In order to learn the game once more, we decided to just do a little bit of default ranching, and that is fine. I know that we all have different kinds of hesitation words. On stream especially, the way in which I keep the floor is I turn to the side and go, and the snap fills the silence enough that I feel like I'm still contributing to the stream. We know that dead air is the death of stream, the death of many other things. I need to become more comfortable, though, with just allowing there to be stream silence and finding the right balance on that, right? Yammering on endlessly versus hanging out and being chill is how it goes. You thought this was an RP type choice rather than an in-game rule. No, it's an in-game rule. It's actually an in-game rule that we, I believe it kind of cranky when we eat non-meat. Wrong, after you dropped that lovely rat, the rain continues. We're gonna go ahead and see what happens when you eat the berries. They're not verboten. I believe they're sad times, though. Definitely doing that on the characters having mood problems. Good choice. Let's see. Wait, really? I had no idea. Friends, berries are permissible. You know what that is? That berries are permissible in the otherwise meat-based playthrough? That is very, very, very good. All right. They're good for inspired. Oh, no, I'm not saying like berries are bad in the ordinary playthrough. I know berries are absolutely wonderful. It's a fruitful discovery. Oh, I should have come up with that one. That's good. That's very good. It's that in this playthrough, the rancher rules, wrong one, say, where does it say it? Isn't there like a food rule here? Or is just this roleplay? Wait, have I really engaged in just roleplay? Oh, here it is. We must raise and consume many large animals. We must not eat plants. Right, that phrase there, must not eat, made me think they'd get big cranky about eating plants. Yeah. At the bottom of the mood section says, sowed human food plant. Sowed. That's great. We reap, but we do not sow, and there are no problems. This will only help us in the very early game, but frankly, I'm all about it. So we are allowed to use a vegetarian item, merely the berries. If we find agave, that counts also. Past that, disallowed. Nice. They're really just engaged in roleplay. No, I love roleplay. I think the majority of my playthroughs have some element of attempted roleplay. It often falls apart at some place in the bowl, and the playthrough falls apart, but I try my best. I try my best for sure on all of that. Almost no food. We need the battery still. Come on, brother, you can do it. Wizard, you absolute hero. All right, let's see what other animals are around. There's still a bunch of panthers. The panthers are the primary problem presently. There are 4 of them. None of them are pointing in the direction of our base. So as of the moment, we're just fine there. That's good. Why are these not being built? Are we out of steel again? We do have steel. Just the constructor's probably cleaning or something. Hey, how's it going, Conrad? Conrad, thank you much for that generous subscription. Glad to see you. Happy Rimworld and all the rest. I really appreciate your support on the channel. And yes, I will join Jim in that. The phrase of the day is resorty yay. So much generosity today already. Only been live now for, an hour, almost 2 hours, and a lot of you have shown up in a big way to help me pay the bills and all the rest. All right, clearly we see that our friends would like yet another gate. I'm surprised, the problem is probably a tree. I'm surprised by how many gates they seem to prefer to have. I want them to just walk through the one gate over and over and over again. Man, if they would, that'd be swell. Though we have no actual food, I believe everyone has some in their pockets. Hey, Leandra Ma. Hope I'm saying your name close to right. Thank you much for your Prime sub also. Look at that. Even a little bit more generosity. A cherry atop the, what's it going to be? The vanilla ice cream of the day. So cool. I now have a theory, a hypothesis, sorry scientists, that I receive additional community generosity when I'm wearing the tan jacket. I think the tan jacket makes me look like a mega church pastor, and you all say, yes, the holy bunny, and send in all of your coins. Don't worry, you'll be doubly blessed. Everything sent my way will return to you twofold. Praise the Lord. Teasing, I swear. All right, so we do have limestone. Yeah, Builder Guy just has too many building jobs currently. So that's how it will go. If you want to harvest berries without sowing them, you can place grow zones under berry plants. Yeah, I'm aware of that. It always feels a little bit scammy. It feels a little bit too automatic. Now the the roleplay way of saying this is once a character has visited a berry plant, they know it's still there. And so, of course, they'd go and check occasionally to see if they can get more berries. But for right now, at least, I very much enjoy just manually sowing, or manually harvesting, rather, because I like doing things the hard way. That's clearly the answer here. All good, all good. All right, we are currently saving a little bit of temperature inside, a little cooler in there, so I'm not currently keeping the doors open. This door can stay open, though, no problems. The other ones can stay open as well because we don't really have a air conditioner yet. But once we have the batteries, this will change literally everything. There's a RuneScape streamer I watch occasionally. He makes really good videos. You've probably heard of him. His name is Settled. He's brought a lot of attention back to old school RuneScape recently. And in basically every one of his videos, he used the phrase, "This changes everything." And I think, unfortunately, I've become enamored enough of this phrase that I want to use it on my stream, too. Even though, frankly, this changes nothing more often than not. It's how it goes. It's how it goes. All right. You're up to what cooking now? Up to 7. Construction is still merely 5, but getting close to 6. Brother Man started at merely 2 construction, and that is pretty good. My desire to use that phrase changes everything. I always wonder, how do streamers, that is to say people, I swear people, how do people decide what kind of phrasing they care to use? Right, this is a story about memes, of course, a story of how culture moves from person to person. But how do we decide or choose or accident our way into picking up these phrases, but not other phrases? And I don't think it's an intentional process more often than not. Like, rarely do I think someone hears a word or sees a phrase and says, I will also use that. But somehow some of them get in there. And I'm sure someone's done research on how exactly we make these decisions or these enrichment of our ways of speaking. But I'm guessing if I listen to myself at age 16 versus how I speak now, there are a lot of different constructions I use. So I don't know. Would tame boars be a good animal to start with? We're going turtles. We're going turtle, I swear. And then maybe the boars would be nice. This thing really is becoming petting zoo as opposed to anything else. That said, we gotta get the farming going. Or else. Lots of berries, though. Now that I know we can eat berries, we're gonna move them over to here. And the meat should be moving over also. There's just a lot of hauling for current people. We're trying, though, to make it so our cook doesn't have to go as far into the freezer each time. The freezer by courtesy. So in this area, berries are also desirable, but nothing else. Maybe agave, we'll see. I checked out the etymology nerd on TikTok. Yeah, I mean, occasionally on stream we'll look into an etymology piece. I'm trying to avoid the TikTok in my life. Occasionally my students will see a TikTok and think of me, and they'll send me the TikTok video, and I'll watch it and I'll say, interesting. Thank you, student. That was fun. But thus far, I haven't seen anything on TikTok that attracts me enough to the medium that I want to make an account and download it. Now, I do have an account because apparently one way to do well as a streamer is to make little clips of your stream and put them up there, etc., etc. But as of right now, I've not done that. I'm not sure I want to, etc. But I do have an account there, much like I have an account over at the Blue Sky thing. And man, I don't know how to use that. So the Blue Sky thing exists. There's a Resorty account. I'm just really bad at coming up with things to post on the tweeters and the like. Post a link to his YouTube. You're welcome to do so. That said, if you want me to see a link to his YouTube, please put it on Discord. I'm considering making a channel called Chat Notepad, a place where you all can collectively write down things that you want to remember or want me to remember, and that might help a little bit. We'll see. It's a good idea to ask AA just do a haul real quick instead of carrying things each time over and over and over again. Our base defenses are questionable at best right now. Getting armor up would be pretty cool, but we're still a ways from that, clearly. Having more food would be cool, but, you know, we're doing our thing. And the rain persists yet more. The boars are a breeding pair. The tortoises are also. I was gonna wait until the end of the rain to do anything, but friends, we're taming tortoises. In my attempt to have one and only one Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles joke on my my stream today, we're gonna call the area where the tortoises live. Did I get rid of it? No, it's in here instead. We're gonna call the area where the tortoises live the sewer. And that's the only turtle joke. And now some of you are gonna try to trick me by saying like, oh, call that turtle Casey, and that turtle Jones. Call that turtle O'Neill. That's a great name. O'Neill's a proud family name. Call that one April, like the month. I'm on to you. I know everything about turtle kind, such that I will not be tricked this time. There is one viewer who always tries to trick me on these things, and though it's a delight, it's also slightly annoying. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I noticed that our rock pile is needing more space, of course. Thank you, Doctor. I'll probably check out pretty soon. Need a nest box for the turtle? That's very sweet. I don't tend to build boxes for farm animals, but yes, let's be big sweeties and give little boxes to the turtles in the corner over here. There you go. There you go. Call the turtle Da Vinci. I might not mind that. I might not using the other name of the great Renaissance painters. So Da Vinci, and I can't remember any other family name. I swear I knew it one time. Forgetfulness is a hell of a problem. Sorry, a heck of a problem. I don't swear, I swear. A heck of a problem is forgetfulness. One of these days I'll forget to be forgetful, I'm sure. The food problem now solved. You know, I know Michelangelo. I know. Okay, thank you. I know it's Donatello and Michelangelo and Raphael and Leonardo, etc. The issue, what's their family names, right? It's Leonardo da Vinci. It's Raphael somebody? I've forgotten now who it is. But we'll see. We'll see how it is. Machiavelli, that is not their family name. Okay, all of you are leading me astray. When that happens, we look up ourselves. Artist, Michelangelo. What is your actual family name, if you please? Your actual family name is Di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni. My apologies to any Italian anywhere near me in the world. I'm sure one of you has now vomited and closed the stream. All right, number 2, there's Raphael. Senzio de Urbino. I wonder why it is that we all know Leonardo da Vinci. Why is that name known, but the other family names are not known? Is it because of his success in being the biggest of the artists? Like the Mona Lisa getting so much attention, the other ones less so? Because I guess it's the case that Donatello is a name I only know of because of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I do to the Italians what I do to the French people all the time. All right, it's true. Any language but English gets destroyed. Scroll down one line. No, I get that he is known in English as. The question is, why is he known in English as? Because again, Da Vinci gets the name. Da Vinci gets the name. Di Ser Piero de Da Vinci. Da Vinci. Yeah, anyway. Fancy. Last one for now is Donatello. What do you call yourself? Donatello. Is that right? Probably wrong. Well, brutal. One more time. Donatello. There we go. Denicoli de Bettobardi. Known mononymously as Donatello. There we go. There we go. That's a delight there. Yes. The part where I said the other people aren't as famous, what a fool I am. Because, of course, if you're thinking of effect on, that's not how you spell his name. If you're thinking of effects on art, Michelangelo, close enough, it's an E there. Like, he has, the Pieta. He has the Sistine Chapel. He has, what's his bucket? David, right? All of these truly amazing works of art that most of us know of or seen or whatever else. Like, these are huge. And so why do we call him only mononymously when we call Da Vinci Da Vinci? I wonder. There are art history professors here who specialize in both Asian traditions and in Western traditions. If someone said Leonardo, I think Da Vinci. I don't know any Leonardos, so in my attempt to put in context, maybe. But I think that argument, such as it is, only works because I've been raised on Leonardo da Vinci. If I've been raised on Michelangelo de Lodovico, then I'd probably think, oh, it's Lodovico. Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't think about movie things. Movie things are anathema to this guy right here. I don't know, team. I don't know. I appreciate you tolerating the quick detours. I can't even say quick detours, because I think the majority of the stream ends up me saying various things about half-remembered stories. All good. We need to take some pressure off our cook/constructor. So the kind of construction that needs to be done is relatively minor right now. Especially the limestone, we can make more and more with no problems. So I'm going to ask Rog to also do construction before he does growing. He's going to fail eternally, but at least some work is getting done. And that's what really matters. See, work is getting done. Can you believe it? Boy howdy indeed. You're level 1, do you have any passion for the job? Most certainly not. Oh wait, that's our constructor. Wait. Oh, there's no cooking to do. My excitement at the non-constructor doing construction, absolutely unwarranted. Just, they all look the same to me right now. That's not true. Like, Rog here has an absolutely amazing hairstyle. If you've not seen it up close, he has a giant beard and then his hair tossed to one side, a la the rockabilly. I've told this story before, but at one point I had that hairstyle. Half of my head entirely shaved bald, the other half a floofy bit to cast to the side. And the person who gave me the haircut said, "You will look so cool. The people want to talk to you." That's a cobra. "The people want to talk to you. The gals will be all over you." And this, my friends, was entirely false. I asked a neutral party, who actually ended up being my wife, but at the time she was merely a friend, what she thought of my hairstyle. And she said, "You look frankly ridiculous. Shave the rest off of it or I will never speak to you again." And then my friend who'd give me the hairstyle said, "Noms is the police." Because she was trying to enforce social norms that are ridiculous. Dealing with the Cobra before anything else. Let's actually try to bring it into the base in case we need Wizards' help also. But this will be fine. Get ready and bang, bang, bang. One shot, one bit of anger. Tell me how that shot went. Its stomach is destroyed. Even if we do not win, someday it will starve to death. And that is what counts here. Moving very slowly. So now we can kite it effectively, no problems, but Wizards can come and help too. Turn and fire. Hello? Oh, don't move, sorry. That initial one shot, one damage is pretty cool. There we go. Now we have some more spider meat, fantastic. Who should be off to handle? Rog should be off to handle. I did mark the tortoises for that purpose. So after his nice day, hanging out, all good. I think there may be some pictures from that ridiculous hairstyle time. Maybe at some point we will show those pictures. Or did I say spider meat? Sorry, I meant snake meat. All the S animals are the same. It's salamander meat, it's salmon meats, all very, very confusing. Go, my pretties, go. Charity goal, embarrassing pictures of old Resorty. Years and years ago, my mother was on stream and she brought along baby pictures and pictures of me with like an awkward rat tail, which was so popular in the late 80s. Did any of you have the rat tail haircut? Maybe. And she brought along pictures of me as a drum major in high school. Many awkward pictures. Now, in my adulthood, I've largely avoided having pictures taken of me, especially in my worst moments. But that's how it goes. Not born in the 80s. Yeah, I know we got a community of all the ages, a community of people who are younger and older and gosh, all the rest. Rog is off to tame a tortoise. I saw some marks these things. The rat tail is semi coming back. Is it really? I wonder if some artist of some sort, like a music person, a dancer person, a TikTok person, put it on semi-ironically, and then all the kids said, you know what, I want to look like that person too. I mean, I know the line like, what, everything old is new again, or there's nothing new under the sun, or whatever else you want. But that's amazing. Molter thing again also. Amazing. Amazing. Here in Japan, outside of the really foreign-facing locations, you see primarily the standard salaryman haircut, which is a very, very simple haircut. That said, I just remembered, I tried to contact my barber yesterday to set up an appointment for, I think this Thursday or Friday. Pardon me while I look to see if he replied. He did reply! He's wondering, how about the 21st at 5:30 or 6 p.m.? So Thursday I don't teach. Pardon me while I respond to this man. 1800 good. Okay, 1800 onegaishimasu. Okay, 1 second. Kudasai. Good. Good. I've now made an appointment instead of actually streaming for you. One of my least favorite kinds of streamers are the ones that have Discord on the whole time and talk to their friends instead of engaging with what they're actually playing or the community or whatever. So I apologize for briefly becoming that kind of streamer and instead of focused on you, instead sending messages to my barber. But this is all getting a little ridiculous. The biggest issue is that And the biggest issue is that my hair is now taking forever to dry after the shower. And that's the point at which I was researching solar panels. Okay, there are two possibilities here. Number one, I didn't click on batteries. I clicked the wrong thing. Number two, which if this is the case, I invite you to mock me for the rest of my Rimworld playing live. I may have researched batteries at the end of stream yesterday and just forgotten. Because the thing we wanted, and I said over and over again, is batteries. So we can, you know, save some power. Which one is it? I just clicked the wrong thing. I cannot believe I did that. Now, I don't mind solar panels. They will help us produce more power, etc., etc. But I'm amazed that I said, let's research batteries, bink, and no one caught me. Or maybe you all decided, Resorty, that would be backseating. In this channel, we don't tell the streamer what to do. In this channel, we tolerate the most profound blunders, because it's funnier that way. I actually don't want to remove this spot. I thought I did, but I realized it's part of our eventual wall right there. All right, food's happening. Did we get a tortoise? I forgot to see, did we get a tortoise to join us? Friends, tortoise number 1, age 29. All right, do we give away each and every tortoise name? No, it'll get excessive. So we're beginning to research, that's not true. We're beginning to ranch tortoises. As always, it is time for us to choose a style of name. Not a particular name, but instead a category, something like state capitals, something like various exports of Australia, something like your favorite cartoon characters, whatever. Please type in chat now if you're interested in a giveaway to win big, naming these creatures category, not their individuality. There you go. We'll go ahead and pull that one in just a moment and see what's up. Put anything in, put now in chat, put anything you want. We'll go ahead and send him into the sewer. He moves there very, very slowly, but it will be ours soon enough. All right, it is a possibility that you will pick a category I will know nothing about and will need to do the quote-unquote good work of, finding a Wikipedia page to help us. We'll give it another 15 seconds, any word in there, and we'll work on it. All right. I should probably move the limestone over. This happens regularly where I pile things in a place that's convenient to one group, namely the person who's doing the work, and not to the builder. I should change that. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Our winner is Gong Yitan Pai. One more time, Gong Yitan Pai. Hopefully that's close to your name pronunciation. Did you say what you want? You want Wrexham players? Ooh-wee! Are you pandering for my love? In this moment, I'm more happy about you than any other person on Earth. Thank you for the fine, fine choice. All right, because tortoises are strong and maintain a wall of defense, we're gonna name the first one after our starting goalkeeper. His name is Arthur Okonkwo. There you go. You can look him up. Last year, he took a knee to the face. I will show you. I should show you each person. Grubzilla, I know. We're ignoring that right now. So last year, Arthur Okonkwo took a knee to the face, and then in only a couple weeks, he was back on the field, looking like an absolute superhero. He got this mask to protect his face. Out there with a partially broken jaw. Like, look at that. Look what happens here. That's amazing, isn't it? Like, jaw broken, that don't matter. We get back on and play again. Crazy. And then this year, he also broke his wrist. He'll be back soon, hopefully. He's an absolute giant of a man, and golly gosh, we're glad that he's on our team as opposed to the other teams. We can talk all day about Wrexham. I'll save your time. But amazing Masked Man, very good. Now the thing I don't want to deal with, the thing I don't care to deal with, but we have to deal with is once again a panther has returned to our neck of the woods. Last time we looked, they were very far away. Bingo bango, they're back to play. So it's the one right here, correct? It is. In some measure, we've gotten very, very lucky that it's attacking from a direction where everyone is between it and the character it wants to eat. We also have our traps right here, so golly gosh, I believe that we will win. I believe that we will. Okay, it's coming this way. It wants AA. We'll stand in these locations for now. AA comes down to help also. Will it defeat us this day? I say nay. I believe there's a modification to the range in which you will not friendly fire. Previously, it was you must stand back to back or belly to back. Anyone remember what the range is now? Is it 3 tiles or 5 tiles? Please remind me of what I have forgotten. Daigle, thank you much indeed for the resubscription. 24 months. That is 2 years. I believe that you are the viewer who lives close to me. That might be false. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 5 tiles. Icky, thank you for knowing that. Now, when we say 5 tiles, this is actually 6 tiles, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So wizards could potentially bang, bang, bang and cause problems for Rog. It's very unlikely that it'll go for wizards. And so we're going to play this a little bit more safely for right now. Because shooting one of our 3 characters is a bad idea. Okay, all we do is miss no matter what. It's not revenge yet. It's running away. So while it's in non-hostile mode, hunting is not hostile, it will not set off the traps. Now it's gone hostile, it will indeed set off the trap. We'll see how this goes. It's been slowed a little bit to the point that it's roughly the same speed as a colonist. It should go down pretty quickly. Let's see if we win here. Whammo! Very good. All right. Friends, here is a question. Do we attempt to tame the panther? It is possible. We could have a panther farm. I suspect, though, if I were growing big cats only to eat them, there would be near constant complaint. At every moment it'd be, Resorty, let the cats run free. Resorty, those don't belong in your tummy. Okay, so if we doctor it up, it'll return to non-hostile, I believe. If we doctor it up, real possibility of it nuzzling us and caring for us, and that would be really, really nice. Hey, Maharao! It's good seeing you. Thank you for the generous gift sub to our community. Your first ever gift sub. I appreciate that. Guffin81, if you're around, thanks for being here. Guffin, thanks very much for your generously being part of our community. Very, very cool. It needs meat to eat, so turn into a cowboy hat. It's true. It would increase our number of carnivores. Albeit carnivores, big problems. Medical XP, right? This is the thing you can do. You can heal it up just to kill it. Which feels like a very strange Hippocratic situation. First, do no harm, but I don't mind if my buddy shoots you. I think at this point in the game, because our food situation is still a little bit dicey, we should go ahead and finish it off. I think that is just a reasonable idea, though boy howdy, some part of me wants to say, let's rescue it, etc. Oh, if we hunt it, right, they'll automatically finish it off once down. We want to go ahead and do that. Panther on its own, it's true, but it'll steal food from me, can't have that. Who's hunting this day? Sure, you are. reset. It hunts the panther. Goodbye, panther. We shouldn't watch this. It's a natural part of life, but still a little sad. Okay. Is meat's gonna rot because of the disease it has? It doesn't have a disease, Sam. It's not, manhunting. It doesn't have the scaria, or whatever it's called. Instead, it's just hunting normally. So, thanks for the suggestion, but no, it's tasty meat. Also, don't backseat me, I swear I know things about Rimworld. I swear I've played this game before. Oh no, I've not actually. First time playing? That explains how poor the quality of my base is and why I haven't researched batteries yet. We're on day number 8 or 16. No batteries at all. What's up, Spracknell? Oh man, Wizards doesn't follow the correct curriculum. You got a science book and just moved to a random page and said, sure, that one seems good. We're researching at top speed. Now, one thing we can do, many of you know this, is you can set up more than one research bench and force everyone in the colony to push out maximum research until eventually the important things are researched. That's how part of how I believe you play the game at harder difficulties. I, though, don't mind my characters walking around slowly. It helps keep the old base value down a little bit. And as many of you know, that's the determinant of difficulty in some way is to what degree does the base value spike quickly? And to what degree does it just not do so? And that's fine. We have no heal route yet. The reason for that is our growing character, I believe, is just not quite there yet. Let's check that out. I believe it's our friend Rog. Rog the Grower. Oh, you're an 11. Never mind. I swear I've played this game before. Don't you worry, team. Why would anyone plant medicine in a place like this? Alright. More growing, more good. I say a place like this in particular because, man alive, you get a lot of diseases in the swamp here. Is 11 good? So 11 is above what you need. 11 is considered a good grower. I believe you need 8 in growing to grow medicine, and someone just wasn't paying attention. Maybe even 6, I can't remember. Anyway, what do we call the medicine growing area? Where is medicine grown these days? I don't know. The herb. Oh, isn't there some like Peaches and Herb? Isn't that a band? I think so. So Peaches and Herb. That's delightful. I like it. Hey, Microflora, good seeing you. Hello, Rimworld stream indeed. Microflora, I saw that this is back. I hope he's doing much, much better. The major Rimworld streamer was pretty ill for a few weeks there. And we had a few people come in and say, man, where is this person? I love watching them. And they're just not here now. And I didn't have any good answers, but I'm glad they're better for sure. Oh, did Peaches and Herb sing Reunited and It Feels So Good? I did not know that. But one of these days I will sing for you. Unfortunately, friends, it's been another hour. We've been live now for 2 hours, 30 minutes. Played the game for 1 hour so far. Time for a quick 3 minutes here at my 11 a.m. Wait, why are the ad breaks happening on the hour instead of on the half hour? Oh, it's the half hour of how long I've been streaming, not the clock time. I forgot how my stream worked briefly. Friends, a quick little crossword time. We're gonna have a good time solving a brand new crossword today. This is one from the Monday Puzzler, challenging as all get out. So here is how we go. Pause that briefly so I can run the YouTube ad also. YouTube, thank you for being here. Please consider throwing a like, thumbs up thing, whatever you all do over there to make the algorithm say, yes, this stream is worthy of attention, not like all those other streams out there. I appreciate it. So, quick little ad break there. Sehr gut, and thank you very much for being here. Okay, cool. So, Monday, we'll see how it gets done. Make out crudely. So this could mean two things. Number one, to barely see something, or some kind of vulgarish term for engaging in romantic liaison, we'll say. Hey, smoke my peace pipe. Love the name. Thank you for the resub as always. Appreciate you just saying no to ads. Now, back in the day, we were told just say no to drugs. I need someone to use whatever that ChatGPT video thing is. I know the words. To have the voice of Nancy Reagan say, just say no to ads. And I could use that as a sound effect whenever anyone subscribes. And that won't get repetitive at all. That's a good idea. I like this. The down here I'm going to start with, actually. So Blank Hulk Attorney at Law. I've never seen this show, but it's called She-Hulk Attorney at Law. A Craven Man of Horror. This is funny to me because it's a cowardly person. No, his name is Wes Craven. Skill, aptitude, ability, use, maybe? I'm not sure. Coastal structure, a lighthouse, a pier, a dock. Oh, is it gonna be this? Make out crudely. It's not the seeing one. Here we go, team. It is swap spit. A variety of domesticated cat. I mean, there's like tabbies, there's, other ones, not sure. Descendants claim its heritage. A variety of wildcat. They're panthers, they're lemurs. I think cheetah does not fit. No idea. Wait. Yeah, she's spelled that way. Prestigious is esteemed. So skill is an art. Cool, sounds good. Let's go through and work off these. The Titanic and the Carpathia for 2. Are they steamboats? Steamers, I guess. A spoil. Pamper. I was thinking of spoil, like the spoliation of food, or spoiling the ending of a story. So they tell me. The cross here, carried away. The word wrapped came to mind right away, like being fully at attention. Can wrapped mean to do too much of something? So they tell me, like, I get the idea. Doesn't quite fit. Wrapped might be wrong there. We'll come back to that after a while. Okay, the Governor playfully. The Governor's Arnold Schwarzenegger. His nickname is Arnie, I thought. The Governor. He's like the Terminator. Huh. Is it Schwartzy? No idea. 3 more and then back to the game. Dalmatian, for example. A Dalmatian is a person from part of Italy, I believe, where Dalmatia is. No, it's Croatia. It's Croatia. A Dalmatian's a Croat. Friends, I would like us all to take a brief moment of appreciation for a little game called Crusader Kings 3. The only way in which I know anything outside the United States is Crusader Kings 3. A mountain climber targets the peaks. Oh, mountain climbers are this kind of thing, right? It's some kind of workout. Does it target the abs? I think it targets the abs. 2 more. Approaches. So approaches could be both to go towards something, as well as like a conceptual framework one uses to think about how to proceed. So both metaphorical and literal, I suppose. Not sure. Last one for now, surpass. Could be win, could be used by that, I'm not sure. How do I know that? I want to see if I'm actually right on this. So usually I don't look things up during the crossword, but I am 95% sure that Dalmatia is inside of Croatia. And again, the only reason I know this is Crusader Kings 3. So where is Dalmatia? Region of Croatia. There you go, team. Absolutely civilian. People say video games don't teach anything. You now have a counterexample. Hooray. CK3 dropping knowledge bombs. I mean, I think part of it is I just really like reading any kind of text in any game whatsoever. I mentioned before I have a friend who enjoys playing World of Warcraft and doing all of the quests, except he does not read any quest text ever. He just accepts the quests, and then some mod he has pops up with like, you need to go get 3 of these. This is the place to go. It shows a dot on the map. Start killing these creatures. Okay, done. I don't understand how one plays a putative role-playing game without learning a single darn thing about the world. So I know for some people, WoW's been out long enough that they know the story intimately and they're leveling the same characters in the same way, blah, blah, blah. But my friend I've talked to about MMOs, and it's not clear he knows the name of any of the major characters. It's just like, yeah, that green guy in the red city. And I'm like, do you mean Durator? There's a mod called VoiceOver that uses AI to read the quest to you. I will let my friend know about this, but I guarantee he will not use it. For him, efficiency is the only important thing in gameplay, and anything that slows down from maximum XP per hour or gold per hour is irrelevant to him. 100% irrelevant. And that makes me a little sad, because we definitely engage in games in a different way. We've not captured the other turtle yet. I think turtles could possibly need meat to be tamed. That may not be true. As right now, though, we have no spare meat. We're down to only 2 meals. Irrelevant is, as of right now, there are elephants, so they're rhinos. Please let this joke work, 1 second. Yes, as of right now, there are elephants. Our base, though, is irrelevant. There you go, team. There you go. We're absolutely wasting hay. With the grass on the ground here, there's actually no reason to keep the hay outside, except that I wanted to call it hay, which is a joke we make every time. So we're gonna delete that one and move the hay inside so it doesn't go bad as fast. And we can pull it out in case things get desperate at some point in the future. We'll see. On first playthrough, you usually listen to stories. After that, though, with years, you skip. But I absolutely get that. I mean, I don't mean to say that one needs to deeply engage with a storyline every time. I don't even mean that one should engage with storylines per se. It's more just, why? You know, why play this particular game when basically any game has the ability, or you have the ability of increasing your stats very quickly. For my friend, though, he always says, you know, the meaning of my life is to make numbers go up in a database. That really is it for him. And I asked, well, why this database, right? Why is this meaningful to you? I think it's because it's where he started, right? It's just the matter of that. I should spend the first half hour of my hot potato ship renaming stockpiles. I mean, that's the thing about the upcoming hot potato charity event, in which we have this one save file, and it goes between 20 or 30 different players over the course of a few days for charity. We love it. Every single player gets to decide what they're gonna do. And so, I mean, often the awful thing to do is to get the base in so much trouble before it's passed on to the next player. And so then when the next player starts, they want to say like, oh, I want to build some nice art. Oh God, the world's on fire. It's very important to me that when we pass it on, we have things in relatively good condition. So we'll see how it goes. You thought this was hot potato? No, this is me practicing for hot potato, because I don't want to make a fool of myself. Surely. But yeah, hot potato next week. You'll notice the hot potato because I'll have like, please contribute to Medicine Sans Frontier up here. Please go ahead and get these special prizes, etc. Once again, Rog is bummed out. What's the big issue? His drugs are not yet ready. I missed that the drugs are past 65%, and so we could have made Smoke Leaf by now, but not quite yet. seldom just watch Gladiator 2. I mean, I was amazed to see they were making a Gladiator 2 movie. It was not a movie that needed an obvious sequel to me, given the ending of the film. But I wonder if we're in the era of everything old, everything with even minor success or vague nostalgia gets dug out of the trash heap of history. Friends, it's time for a new Smurfs movie. Wouldn't you enjoy seeing these little blue fellows that you kind of remember from your youth and you have vaguely positive feelings about them? Wouldn't you pay money to see them in contemporary CGI? Boy howdy, wouldn't you like to buy a Papa Smurf, what do they call Papa Smurf character model from Funkamate, whatever those head things are? Wouldn't you want to get one of those? Etc., etc., etc. We had a Smurfs movie a decade ago. Oh, really? In that case, didn't you enjoy the Smurfs movie from 10 years ago? Would you like another one? I mean, I think part of this, and this is not anything new to say, I think part of the shift on remaking movies and creating the same kind of content is that people don't want to take risks, right? The amount of money being put into various kinds of properties, shows, acting, CGI, whatever, is a ton of money. You do marketing also. And so I think a lot of people who are profoundly risk averse say, oh, we have a track record of this thing working. Let's stay with that. Let's create that again and see how it goes. And this definitely makes sense to me. Like if I only had enough money to create, one book, I'd want that book to be written by Stephen King as opposed to some unknown person. But it does lead to a kind of creative conservatism, of course. There's a great little article from, I think, the 60s or maybe 50s by Clement Greenberg. It's called The Avant-Garde and Kitsch, or Kitsch and the Avant-Garde, rather. And it says, for so many artists, they want to push the culture. They want to see in what ways things could be different. They want to try their ideas. But then they recognize the ideas may not sell ever. What the people want is what they've already had. And so then they find themselves locked by the golden chain of kitsch, making the same thing as everybody else. And he suggests like a very sad thing, but also perhaps a necessary element of the world today. And I think it's the case that probably Hollywood movie companies have gone the same direction. Other than like A24, which is some goofy stuff. You'll link a video where Matt Damon explains well why they don't take risks anymore. It's the exit of DVDs and VHS. Oh, really? Really? I'd love to see a video on that. Just if you link it here, I won't be able to see it, or I'll forget about it. But sure, happy to watch it. Yeah. I mean, maybe part of it is the creation of the creation of streaming services needing to be convinced to bring on films. Oh, as always, I remember the good old days of Netflix when it seemed like you'd find literally anything there. That was a good day. That was a good day for sure. You'll do it on the old Discord. Thank you very much. The old Discord's the place to be. Coolest place on the whole darn internet. I swear. Friends, we're 3/4 of the way to creating batteries. At that point, we'll never have a problem again. Alright, who else needs to move? AA, you're my mighty constructor, and so you'll get your own bedroom also. Soon enough, the barracks negation will go away, and then it'll be time for the bedroom negation, because they're going to be awful and terrible, etc. We need to remake beds also. Now that our constructor's level 6, better beds would be swell. Because our guy who wants to have his smoke on is currently wandering freely, we're not going to early harvest the smoke leaf, because I don't believe he would use it while wandering. That might be false, but we'll remedy his issues once he returns to sensibleness. Friends, we have here a caravan. Surely they have some good animals for us to buy. Oh, they're slavers. Never mind. They'll hang out for a while. We can attack them. They have with them a person named Pixie. Is there a possibility that someone's daughter is a slave and we will have no choice but to buy their freedom because roleplay? If Pixie's the slaver, we're gonna have a little bit of a hard conversation. AA is gonna go speak about how embarrassed he is that she has chosen that path. If she's a slave, we got problems. Donde está Pixie? In the pile here. Pixie is a jailbird. Pixie has a gun. AA, what kind of person are you? Sanguine. Feels good about the world. Hates men. While being a man. Whew. That's rough. That's rough. There are trade posts so you can keep the traveler with the main base. That's fine. We don't mind them coming to trade in the middle. They're our friends. I guess we have them trade out here for now. It's not a big deal, but... Is there a trade spot? I think it's the case the trade spot might be a mod. I see party spot, caravan spot, and marriage spot. So I think that's fun modded play. And by fun, I mean cheating. That's right. I will make the controversial claim that mods are cheating. This is the way to drive real interaction. Resorty, you fool! Resorty, mod's the only way to play. Resorty, combat extended is nicely balanced. I'm ready for this conversation. Yeah, 95% sure that the trade spot's a mod, actually. And that's fine. That's fine. All right. Insulting mods, insulting anime. The two paths to guaranteed interactivity. Oh, friends, this bed here, this wooden animal sleeping spot, I don't know why we made that. There was never a reason to have an animal spot there. I think it was hopeful, or maybe a comment that one of our characters was such bad quality that they shouldn't sleep in a bed. They should instead sleep in a wooden box, right? There's no other reason we'd ever build that. It's strange. You like your mods just have to deal with it? I don't know. I mean, I'm ready to tell other people how to live. I'm ready to tell other people that... No, this is definitely me having a little joke. All right. So AA comes forward saying, "What is wrong with you, Pixie? How have you fallen in with such a rough crowd? Look at you there with your weapon and your tribal outfit. We gave you an opportunity to be more than you are. You became depressive and jealous." It's possible that AA was not the greatest of parents. Time to shift the blame. Ever since you went to that college and started getting those weird ideas pumped in your head by those filthy professors, that's when you went wrong. If only you would have stayed home and believed our faith too. All right, the hard question now, unrelated to that bit, is how expensive are the slaves and who are the slaves? Nate, Levego, and Gray. So of these, we could only purchase Nate, who's looking real rough right now. Hello, Nate the Great. What on earth is going on with you that you are that inexpensive? At age 34, it's not the old age problems. So I'm currently building myself up for clicking into these screens because I feel good right now. I feel like it's a worthy thing to see a person that price. I guarantee they're falling apart in some major way, and it's gonna be kind of lame. And let's have this conversation about, oh boy, the only one we can buy, it's better to have someone than no one. But then the problems. Here we go. What's the bio? Incredibly ugly, but is less likely to break. As of right now, Cool. I will absolutely take them. Steadily Ugly is sad. They have a hard time making friends because you gotta look at this mug all the time. But I would be delighted to have this character. That said, yesterday you all said you like streamers who behave like monkeys. This is my ooh ooh ah ah dance. Is it just because you're ugly and nobody wants to spend time with you? I know it's a substantial negative trait. Why are you so cheap? I had no idea ugly was that big of a deal. His face was like a cross between a drawing by an untalented child, a malformed fetus in a jar of formaldehyde, and a piece of modern art. Others must exert conscious effort to look at him while conversing. Very sad. It's such an ugly face going out. It's the family discount. All right, Dad, you say I shouldn't be a slaver, but look at you buying slaves, supporting the practice, etc., etc. Well, okay. We're gonna make it work, team. Nate the Great is now with us as a slave. Okay. So the issue, as always with slaves, is I feel very bad about slavery. let me say some more important things. I feel bad about women not being able to vote. I feel bad about I don't know, restrictive laws on wearing tattoos. Nate here should be freed. But I believe if you free slaves, they could possibly return immediately to their home faction. Now, I don't recall if that's guaranteed or a possibility. Let's learn together. A warden will free the slave. The slave will leave the map on foot and return to their home faction. Imprison and recruit is the correct choice. We're gonna have to say things like, we're doing this for your own good. We're gonna have to say things like, you don't understand, but the omniscient one does. All things work out in the end. Now, if we imprison him, I believe it's the case that his faction's going to be big angry. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I believe there'll be some troubles ahead. It's the Isran Union. So they're the Outlanders who are largely cool with us right now. I would like that to continue. However, you know, it is time for prison time. Gosh, these buildings are already spoken for. We can throw him here if we want to. His home faction might be different than the slaver faction. I believe it's because the slavers... That's not you. His home faction is the slaver faction. Do we want to think too much about why they would enslave part of their own faction? More importantly, do we want to think about why he would return to that faction? Is this a kind of like a learned helplessness? It's a kind of Stockholm syndrome. Apparently there's been recent research on Stockholm syndrome that suggests it may not exist, and that case it's named after was problematic in other ways. But for the purpose of the game, sure, let's do. As of right now, there's no air conditioner inside of the fridge. We could throw him in there, and he could eat the food. For right now, Buddy can stay as a slave. We don't like it, but it is what it is. Now, while a slave, can I change your name? I don't recall. I don't recall. Insert jokes here about Kunta Kinte and such. Friends, time to name him after someone who generously helped us today. First subscription of the day was Nymphadora. Not sure if you're still here, Nymphadora, but you get into the game. Nymphadora, beautiful. We will free you presently. And look at that spiky hair. There's definitely a case where we want to modify that hair ASAPly. Because boy howdy, it's upsetting to me to see such, punkish behavior. How dare you suggest that you're going to work against the established order. Gotta work on changing their religion. They're currently a raidist. What the lamest name. The lamest name. What do you believe in? Raiding people. What do you call your religion? Raidism. Isn't raid also the name of a insect spray, I believe? The prey people can teach you things even as they die under your knife. One old lady taught me that we've long since proven we have the strength to rightfully rule the universe. If anyone disagrees, I'm always ready to defend myself. Elena just before their execution. So I guess it's the case that this person became a prey person. One of these Sith concerns, right? The master and students being replaced by those who defeat them. We'll get him converted at some point, no doubt about it. The slave can't just sleep wherever right now. What are you good at again? You're very good at medical, correct? Medical and animals. You can be the cleaner of my dreams. Wanted you for a long while. Nymphadora, you are A+, yes, at that. You will take over cleaning from AA for right now. Make sure that cooking is happening first in construction also. We're at 4 food, not a lot. So cleaning and hauling's on you. We may have you also help with construction or with animal tending and handling and so on. We'll see how it goes. But welcome to the world. I think that you're going to be someone's buddy for a little while. I need to make new beds anyway, so I think it's the case. We'll throw one in here. AA, go make it, please. Dark room, so lower quality of creation. Needs slave beds. I moved that. I meant to build a copy. That's O, not B. I don't know if slave beds need to be in a separate room. I can't remember. Do ranchers get upset if someone else in our faith plants crops? So they don't mind the planting of crops, they mind the eating of crops. And so I believe it's if any human plants a crop that they eat, it's bad times for Bongo. Isn't that a name of like a movie from a while back with a monkey as the star? Somebody for Bongo. All right, if you go slaves, it does not make the whole room slave. So AA and Nymphadora get a share a room for the moment, and that is fine. Bedtime for Bonzo with Ronald Reagan. Thank you for remembering these things immensely. Hey Happy, you don't know much about Rimworld. How many characters you control versus NPCs? So, if you want to, the characters that, let's start this way. The characters at the top of the screen are those that are potentially in my control. The majority of the game is played as a logistics game. So you set a character to go become a hunter, and they'll go shoot some animals. Let's see. Yes, they'll go shoot the rat. And then the hunter will drag the rat back here and drop it off here, where the cook will then chop it apart and make food, and someone else eats food, and you can set up lots and lots of jobs. And so primarily, characters will just do stuff you've told them to do. At any point, though, that you want them to do something else, you can say, okay, as of right now, you're doing this job of destroying that wall. Now, what I want you to do is instead to go over here and smooth this floor. And they'll go over there immediately. So you can't assume direct control for the vast majority of jobs, but on the whole, the player who is playing effectively, efficiently, is the one who's able to have the characters just do their job with very little input. That's how this thing goes. It is a great game. If you like logistics games, like colony builders, like story games, in my view, there are very, very few better. I think you make a claim that Kenshi shares a lot in common. It is a development on Dwarf Fortress, of course. That's a more attractive Dwarf Fortress, and I think for a lot of people, a less intimidating one. And that is in my view, a pretty darn good thing. Because, man, asking people to go play Dwarf Fortress is asking them to suffer for a time. And perhaps even a very long time. Okay. So, with things built, we have 2 meals. That is not enough for a moment. So, as I said, it is time to go hunting the rat. Where'd you go, buddy? There you go, buddy. I tried to play Dwarf Fortress after the green needed to get the game started. Yeah, I'm only able to play Dwarf Fortress because I started playing it on stream. That's how it goes. Are Kenshi and Rimworld considered the same sort of game? I mean, they're in a similar category, right? They're in the category of logistics base builders with individual characters. Now, they have real differences, but I think I would say that of this very, very general category, the best 3, in my opinion, are Rimworld, Kenshi, and Auction Not Included. They all have their own shticks, which I love, but I think those 3 are ones that if you like any of them, you will probably like the other ones too. Maybe. I'm ready to be wrong on that one for sure. Alright, Beloved Rog here. Unfortunately, our hunter is in pretty bad shape right now. So I'm going to have to briefly take my researcher and have him go blast, blast, blast. Again, a case where he's doing a job he should be doing, but we need the meat. Now, as far as meat goes, rats are not the very best animal to hunt, but it should be a fast experience. I could send Man with Knife out there instead. Now, there are many other games like Rimworld and Dwarf Fortress. One's called, Clanfolk. Another's called Norland. I thought that Norland would be, in some measure, a wonderful Rimworld competitor, setting a Rimworld-esque world in a Rimworld-esque game in a medieval world. And it is a game. It's a game I enjoy playing, sort of. It's a game that has some jank. And in my view, the developers made a choice about making prestige material. And so you have to keep track of these rings, right? It wasn't enough to keep opinions high. It wasn't enough to have, I don't know, to have shown you win in battles. Instead, you had to hold on to these rings. And everybody wanted the rings, and there weren't enough rings to go around. And from time to time, people would steal the rings. This was very upsetting. Now, I'm ready to say there is a possibility that I don't know how to play Norland. Sure. I'm really hoping that during its early access, it continues to get more and more developed and is really, really quite good. Because I think it has a lot of pieces that are Rimworld-esque, but improvements. Especially the combat seems to me a lot more fun instead of purely strategic. So who knows? Friends, someone's thrown a party. AA is celebrating the arrival of Nymphadora, the temporarily impressed but no longer slave. You're choosing to do this. Also, delight of delights, Rog has managed to leave his psychotic break, and so our leader returns to us. Hey, apparently our colony hates slaves a bunch. This makes sense because we are indeed individualists. Slavery is bad. Okay, so for every slave we have, -2. We do not get a mood change for freeing slaves. So I want to go tell the people in our community, don't worry, they're only here for a moment until we can beat them into submission and convince them to join our team. This is a reasonable way to respect people's individuality, isn't it? If they want to be free, they should take me in a fight. We're working on it. We're working on it, team. Don't you worry. Because again, if we release them, they just leave all at once. And while it's good guy behavior, it's not what I need right now. Long have we waited for this moment that should have come yesterday, frankly. We've researched batteries. Woo! All right. As you may have heard, this changes everything. So what shall next research be? As always, golly gosh, I sure do want flak armor. Right? There's very little in the game that increases survivability of early colonies more than getting those flak jackets on to prevent one-shots to the chest normally. That though requires the study of making machines, the study of making basic smithies too. We're learning the whole world once more. Let's get on smithing straight away. That means my researcher will continue doing the research thing for a time. So, in-ray batteries. I like making a battery room somewhere usually. Not an assault room, merely a battery room. And so we're going to put it in this corner here for right now. And the inclusion of batteries in the base, as many of you know, is also the moment at which it becomes possible for the fires to explode out of your power lines. And there are ways to play the game with no batteries at all, but I find them kind of uninteresting under normal playing conditions. So this will be our battery corridor. The only problem with battery corridor like this is if we have to fire that door, there's no space to do so. So what we're actually factoring to do is kick this out even a little bit more, simply to have a nice space to fight in case that door becomes a necessary location of defense. So we'll make a battery hallway here. The batteries are, 2 in width. I kind of want to have a little more space in front of them. This is an aesthetic choice more than anything else. So we'll put it like that. We'll have a door, let's see right there. A little wood door, burned down right away. Was there a change to the flammability of steel? I believe there may have been a change to the flammability of steel within the past year, we'll call it. And I'm sure one of you absolute heroes remembers it. But I myself do not, unfortunately. We see we are without steel. There may be some steel still on the map. Another great addition to the game is a search button. I can't remember what button it is, so you just pull up, it's Z. So now we type in steel and see that, holy cow, not the compacted kind. Holy cow, there is, oh, it's so frustrating. I just mean this steel on the ground. Is there a way to search exact? Maybe like quotation mark, steel quotation mark? If not, there's way too much stuff. All right, steel. What do you say? None! I think there's not a way to say exact match. But what happened first, it shows some of it. Compacted. The search button is new. It showed up, I believe, 2 patches ago? Something like that. It is part of the default game, though. A steel object might have 50% flammability now. All right, modification on that for sure. But yeah, definitely the search function was not there at release. Donde está? Well, the easy thing to do for steel is we have a ship part right here. We'll grab that. But I know there's a bunch of steel piled somewhere I've missed. It's part of our original collapse. Where is it? Where is it? Dead turtle. Oh no. Oh no. Remember the part we said LOL, we're gonna farm some turtles? Well, I didn't get both of them fast enough. That said, let's allow our misery to become joy. Because what do we see at the left-hand side? Alpaca, alpaca, alpaca. A male alpaca will allow us to begin farming alpacas. The poor turtle will live its very, very long life all by itself right now. It crawls into bed sadly, realizing it'll remain alone for a while longer. As far as how long the turtle will remain alive, do recall the story of Jonathan the tortoise. He who I wish to visit for his 200th birthday, he's still around. It's great. Enslave one of them? No. No, we don't do slavery in this channel. The slave we have right now is an aberration. Okay, dudes, where's the steel? There it is. Goodness, I could not find it. 233 more steel just hanging out. More there also. Excellent. This is just south of our starting location. I should have unmarked it as restricted very, very early. I did not, though, but now we do have a whole bunch of steel to move this thing again. And then, like I said, I would like to go ahead and make a further defensive line, like, unfortunately, a spot there can't be built on. We are in a swampy area, so we can't build everywhere we want to. We can go like this, though, and set up an area for fighting. With positioning here, we can take that as a corner to fight, and then we'll grab one over there also. And for the moment, put some nice stone doors. They'll open slowly, but that's okay. You know what? We are currently building an outer wall. Thing to do that is the strongest possible stone, which is slate. Slate is great as usual. We'll go ahead and mark slate to build for a while. And make until we have 200 or so. And that'll be lovely. Okay, our little base continues. We've noticed quite a bit of flirting between wizards and Rog, I believe. Unfortunately, wizards dislikes his father, who's not here. Dislikes Nymphadora quite a bit because of the business with the nose. And it's kind of negative opinions of two other acquaintances. There's no particular reason why they should be disliking the other folks. They all share an ideology. They all, this one at least has not terrible social traits of any sort. So we'll see what happens there. How do other people feel about one another? So friendship is happening between some of them. Rog, though, has hit on people recently. That's a problem. Nymphadora, I'm sorry your nose is so bad. I swear I'll fix it one of these days, but yeah. Oh, I forgot. AA is missing their nose also. This will become the colony that knows nothing. That's unacceptable. Absolutely outrageous. We'll work on it, though. Okay, like I said, we need batteries. So, we'll start with just 2 of them. I do enjoy having like a little line of battery so someone can patrol back and forth and look at the batteries. No. This is what we get for treating you well. Friends, it's time for a slave rebellion. Remember the part where, this is fine. Nymphadora is rebelling. He will seek weapons and try to eliminate the colonists. Slaves are more likely to rebel when their suppression level is low. So one of us decided not to beat the slave. One of us has brought disorder into our community. Also, one of us did not restrict Nymphadora from going into the main supply room because why would they ever revolt? We're treating them well. Turns out they have access to a weapon. Now, I believe that weapon is just a wooden club, but let's see. A normal short bow and a wooden club. How do we deal with this, right? The right thing to do is to beat them in the head and then arrest them. I really like your medical. I really like that you can haul and clean. Your shooting terrifies me. We got to make sure that they do not get this short bow. So the way to potentially save them is to hit in the head with a club. We have no such thing. And so it is time to engage in the ever popular sport of slave hunting. Are you punching my table? Okay, Nymphadora decided not to get a weapon, but instead to go hog wild on my table there. This is distressing. All right, going the long way around. The table's awful quality. This is actually Nymphadora improving the quality of our base by destroying things that we should probably rebuild anyway. Alright. Did you destroy some wires? Are they taking out the wires here? I think they might be doing so. Alright, do you see us? Are you aware of where we are now? Here comes a little thing called the Chick Boom! We miss wildly. Alright, Nymphadora half been shot. Shot through the through the torso rather. There's some more. Downed Nymphadora. A+, yes. A little bit shot up, but no permanent damage. We take care of our folks. The question now is, if we imprison you, how are you going to behave? So, for the moment, you're going to have to live in the kitchen. Oh, they can live in the crafting room with no issues, and we continue using crafting items. You're going to go live in the crafting room. Every moment we hammer out some stones, imagine we're hammering on your head instead. Bring me the floor piece for you. This floor piece is known as for the prisoners. And I do not know how it's going to go. 100% chance, no pop-up about their faction being big cranky. So I guess if we go in this path, namely enslave, beat up, terrible, enslave, then beat up, then imprison, then convert, their family does not mind. All right, who's the doctor on this job right now? They're really wizards. There's AA here. AA, you're sleeping. Nope, gotta do some doctoring if you please. Also, we have someone on job 3 wardening. Now that we have a person inside of this room, we gotta make sure that they are gradually converted to the cause, well taken care of, etc. So at this point, we want to begin converting them. Want to convince them that we are the way, the truth, and the life. Namely, that it's good to ranch animals and bad to farm. If you don't convert them, they farm berries for you. So again, the issue is not that we are eating. No, the issue is not who farms, but simply that we're eating things that have been grown. So no matter who does the growing, our eating it counts as a mood penalty. I think. Hey, missed. Okay. Also, once Nymph is conscious again, we can send Roggen to convert them. It's slow going, but it will help a little bit. Other possibility would be to recruit Nymphadora as a person of the current faith they have, and then attempt to use the ritual spot to have a grand conversion. But that's how it goes. You know what I said earlier was the sowing the problem, not the reaping or the eating. Dr. Possible, what I meant is in-ray berries. So berries, if they grow naturally, can be eaten. But if we sow berries, etc. Do I have all the DLC? I do. In this playthrough, we're not using all the DLC, but yes, indeed, we do own all of it. We're only using ideology because we're doing a big old charity event next week that I need to use only ideology for. So we'll see how it goes. All right. With that slave rebellion resolved, many of you know I love making absolutely beautiful prisons to keep our prisoners happy and make them easy to recruit. But certainty in one's ideology is partially determined by their happiness, etc. So we got to make their life a little bit less than great, and then try to change their religion, and then make it nicer for them as we go for converting, and that'll be a lovely thing. All right, must catch one more alpaca. We must break them to make them. Is this a boot camp? Is this prison boot camp? We're gonna go in there and say, you have no identity. You are being ranched. Don't you want to be the rancher? You're a ranching machine. Before me, there was no ranching in your heart. Now you're a pure ranching killer. I can do this. Maybe that's my true calling. I should have been a drill instructor. Also, my apologies for anyone who was sleeping a moment ago. I suspect you're not anymore. Oh man, our ranch is slow going. Very slow going. I'll probably go ahead and force that alpaca hunt. Donde está? The one alpaca of my dreams. Hello, there you are. You're awake. Rog, not enough food. Oh, we need veggies again for taming alpacas. Where are the berries? There are the berries. I know that Rog here is the greatest of our animal people, also the greatest of our farmer people. And so hopefully we get sufficient berries quickly to go tame. It should be an automatic tame. He's quite the good handler. And then the farming will actually begin in earnest. We'll probably need to have a substantially larger pen. As of right now, growth is 1.27, consumption is 0.88, so they're fine for now. If we cut down trees, I believe there's more space for grass. We should do that at some point probably, but we'll see. Also, as many of you know, we could plant inside of here instead. I believe it's the case that one of the planted flowers is better for consumption than grasses, but I don't remember how it works exactly. All right, 21 shall be enough. Does hay work for taming? I don't believe so. Not enough food. 20 is not enough? How much do you need, brother man? Yeah, I believe hay does not work for taming. We do have a lot of it, of course. One more try, brother man. We're gonna tame this buddy. Hello? We right-click in this family. Is someone else claiming it, possibly? To make sure no one else is claiming it, it's now in your hands. In your hand. There we go. Someone else must have been claiming it for cooking, probably. And so it was showing as unavailable, and if unavailable, etc. There you go. There you go. We solved the mystery. A further mystery here is plugging in the batteries. I don't want to admit how many times in my life I've put batteries into machines backwards. Unless they have the very, very clear instruction, like little pictogram, that the batteries go that way, I often fumble through. Now, luckily, I've learned the little joy that is the springy part goes to the rear. But until I established that, there were more than a few times of flipping batteries back and forth wildly. I don't know why I tell you that, except to indicate if you have troubles with batteries, you're not alone. You're not alone. It's similar to the problem with the USB, of course. The number of times I have put the USB in wrong, and then put it in wrong, and then flipped it back and it's right. I don't even get it. Don't even get it. Wizards, how you doing, fam? What's wrong right now? 8 raw food. Are we out of meals again? Whoops. All right. Also, we have no table. We've been on the verge of having no food for a very long time. And the only reason why is because it was raining for a very long time for a while. And so I got overly focused on not wanting to waste bullets. Capybaras, I'm sure you have lovely family relations. Unfortunately, I just don't know what your hierarchy is. So I imagine you as nothing other than little meat bags. As of right now, we need to open up the bags and have a good time. So my warden and my handler is my hunter. That's a little bit too bad. Newer USBs work either way. Wait, how new do they have to be? Because I believe it's the case that none of my peripherals, not one, none of them, plug in both ways. Because I moved my computer probably 3 weeks ago, and the amount of time I spent switching back and forth was far, far too many. Far, far too many. Rog, Nymphador's awake. You're out there hunting. Next time Rog comes home, Yes. Shoot from a faraway distance. You absolute hero. The new class will not affect old USBs. I'm not saying it's a magic spell. I'm not saying that, you snap your finger and suddenly you get the new fancy ones. Did you miss eternally? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy, I try again. We're gonna manually hunt till we get one. Someday you'll be good at your job. This is the internship part. We're supposed to basically hold your hand to prove everything you do. Yas. Yas. There we go. Ah, you're hauling on home. Then you're converting good old what's your name. How much meat is inside the average capybara? Assuming good ripping apart. 62 meat. More than enough for a day's meals, etc. Gonna be good. At this difficulty, I should not be in this many ad breaks, sorry. I suddenly understand your experience, friends, right? You're just watching a nice stream and you say, man, there shouldn't be this many ad breaks. Mental breaks are to the Rimworld player like ad breaks are to the Twitch viewer. Don't you worry, we're the same. Alright, AA, I know you want to sleep. You're on the butchering job. Just make sure you don't eat any raw food. Also, boy howdy, the bamboo tree has grown and stopped our production. Alright, AA, I know you want to sleep. Well, power problems are an issue. Alright, Rog, please chop that bamboo tree. We're gonna wake up AA in a moment in order to remedy the power flashing issue. Now we could go we could go thoughtfully and begin turning off all of the other lights. But for the moment, spin you be spin. Palm tree. Another one. And another one. Yeah, we can definitely plant things here or put down solar panels. I tend to do solar panels instead. Is Nymphadora sleeping? Tisn't. Go convert Rog. Tell them the good news. Nymphadora hated the idea of no longer dominating everyone, instead ranching, dominating only the animals. And God doth say, move forward, not as a steward, but instead as a conqueror. Friends, we need to name a new alpaca. The alpacas of our name, Bloodseeker and Zumi. Gotta name alpaca number 3, our first malpaca. That's right, malpaca ever. As usual with animal names, we're gonna do a little giveaway. If you're interested in naming this animal, basically whatever you want, as long as it's not terribly memey or like vulgar, please type in chat right now any word you want to, make a little noise, and we'll do a drawing in just a moment. If and you please. If and you please. Be just 2 moments so we draw the winner here. Gonna be good. Speaking of mental breaks, friends, it is time for a quick little ad break also. Been live for another 57 minutes, so time for 3 minutes of playing the crossword puzzle. I appreciate you hanging out with me throughout this. I'll go ahead and do the drawing in about 30 seconds. We'll then move to crossword time. YouTube viewers, I see you also. I thank you for hanging out with us. I know you're normally the stepchildren of our playthrough, in which I ignore you mostly, because Twitch is our eldest child. We've put so much into Twitch. A college education, bought them their first car. YouTube, we give you a stable house to live in. If you're over there and liking it, consider throwing a chitty chat follow thing, whatever you all do on YouTube. I'd appreciate it. For now, though, we're going to do our quick drawing for a new name. The name of the next animal will be whatever Blackpoint wants. Blackpoint typed in what? Blackpoint, where's your name? I can't find it. Blackpoint, what do you want to name this animal, please? I can't find your suggestion. Friends, time for a quick little ad break of 3 minutes, and then back to our game. You're all lovely. Thank you for spending time with me. You want Packles. Packles, P-A-C-C-L-E-S. Is it Packles? Like Greek philosopher Packles or Packles? Your choice. I'll try to say it correctly from now on. All right. Thank you for the 4 likes over on the YouTube. I don't know how those things work, but all good. Okay, where were we? We're just starting our Monday puzzle. So far, so okay. Unfortunately, after finishing the top left, I've gotten kind of stuck on where to work from that. I think this word is wrapped. Carried away. It can't be the other one. It can't be the other one. I refuse to believe it's going to be the other one. We'll see. All right, stir up is probably agitate. Gown parts, right? Grown parts initially. Gown parts. There's something called bustles, I believe. Are bustles this thing? I think it might be. I think a bustle is like the wider part of a certain kind of gown. A key to exit, maybe. An escape key, very good. A certain removal procedure. It could be some kind of dectomy with a removal. 4 letters starts with S for a body part. Blankectomy. Nothing comes to mind. We'll figure out eventually. Evidence of an underground network. A gutter something. Gutter, like, vent thing? What's it called? I can't remember. It's what it looks through, though. All right, one sitting in neutral is an idler. So I believe that bustlers might be wrong, unfortunately. What a shame. The T here, classes or tiers. And then inflammation of a sort is going to be an ache. So this looks bad. Okay, so bodices instead of whatever I said before, which means that gutter is incorrect. Bodice is a part of whatever. Some casual wear are t-shirts. Avril Lavigne's Blank to Never Growing Up. I assume it's Here's Never Growing Up, but I have no idea. Okay, so if the dectomy is wrong, I guess it's the ectomy's ending is necessary. So H there may be. We'll come back to that. I can't figure out right now. It's heartbreaking. A post on X once. It's a tweet. Very good. You respect my dedication for being helpless? Oh yeah, we get it all eventually. That's good. I like the work on figuring it out myself. Coward! What is a coward with a W? A wuss, I guess. There we go. Can we work on a bottom left then after this? For whatever reason today I feel like working off what I have. Usually I'll go all through the crosses and all through the downs, but for now it's how it goes. So overflow, explode. What's the word for what the one does in Plotinus's system? It's a kind of emanation. Can't remember the word. Cooling installations abbreviations, probably ACs. Orbiter that might support broadband for short. Isn't there like some star thing? I was thinking initially like something SAT, I believe. Last one here for now, then back to the game. Decline says no. Comsat rather. A camp accessory. If you're being campy, you might use a boa. So a bound of course. And then SNL actor Thompson is Keenan. No more. No more. I wish for more, but I refuse the more. Friends, I returned to the video game. Unfortunately, my water/coffee mug is emptied. It is now noon my time. It's time to be a part of the stream where if I'm going to take a coffee break, I take it right now. So after the ad break, it is time for a very brief coffee break. Don't you worry though, I will go ahead and run the game in the background. You will be able to see the great glories of my characters walking wildly and things not getting done, and won't that be a good time? We will have enough food. I ordered AA to cook. I'm gonna wait until they've cooked 2 and then let them return to their sleep and such. Okay, cool, the game runs. I will see you in just 2 or 3 minutes. Make sure on game speed 1, thank you. Don't you worry, nothing bad will happen. BRBRB. I'll pet the cat one up there. Thanks for being with me. Hello again. It did not all fall apart. Good. Also, I was gone. The front doorbell rang. I did not ignore it today. We got ourselves our packages from the U.S. And so, starting tomorrow, my beloved cat Fritz will have a hot bed for the winter underneath the stream desk and hopefully hang out with us more. Very excited for that. That said, I just realized I left my coffee at the front door. Be right back. I swear 10 seconds. Good. Cat bed unboxing stream. I mean, I can open it tomorrow if y'all want, and in the intro. What is there to show you, though? It's just a bed inside of a box. I mean, maybe. The problem is that Fritz will not use it immediately. If the cat were to use it immediately, I think it would definitely be worth showing you all, because you'd be like, oh, look, happy cat gets new thing. But unfortunately on stream, I have a hard time convincing the kitty cat to come in here. Box off and cat beds. So Cat Fritz, if you didn't see the new Cat Fritz picture, again, I refuse to apologize for this. I will not be bullied on my stream. Just, it's a nice picture of a cat. What a nice picture of a cat. He's a lovely cat. Ignore the rest. So when we first got Cat Fritz had Cat Sasha as his surrogate mommy cat. And Cat Sasha loved boxes so very much. And Cat Sasha would take ownership of every box available. And if Cat Fritz would try to go into any of the boxes, Cat Sasha would hit him in the head. And so Fritz has never, ever, ever been a box cat. In those times when, like even now with Sasha dead, if we leave an open box out or put him into it, he will immediately hop out and move away from it. So there's probably some way to trick him into a box, but it just doesn't seem worth doing here. He did take over what we call Sasha's throne. There's a closed box that was my laptop box. My new laptop came in a couple years ago, and it's like very flat and low. And yeah, Cat Sasha used to sit on top of it, but after her death, he took that one over. He has nice places to sleep, he enjoys it, but I can guarantee that Cat Fritz will not sleep in the box. He will sleep in the cat bed, and that will be wonderful. So tomorrow, hopefully we can show you that. Tomorrow, hopefully Fritz will be in there, and I take a new picture of Cat Fritz's cat bed, and no one will complain about any part of it at all. With that said, I also realized there's something I did not mention in the intro I should have mentioned. That's the wrong button. And that is I've now gone to the gym every other day successfully for 1 full week. 1 full week. Yesterday was leg day. And I gotta say, on the way down the stairs today, I said, ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 the entire way. So, very happy on that one. Achieving goals. Feels good, man. Hopefully that continues. Like I said, I'm really proud of myself, and also, I think it's been good for me. Both because it gives me something to do, so in the post-stream period, I don't eat my lunch and then say, what to do? Nap time! It keeps me out of bed and keeps me focused on getting things done, which is great. And then, blah, 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 the health elements and so on. And that's altogether a good thing, too. So, happy to report success on that front. As right now, I'm taking it fairly easy on the weight amounts. I'm not trying to kill myself or show off. Just a matter of being there and doing some things makes me pleased. Are these on? The ancient lamps look like they're working. I don't think I've ever seen these before. Are these new? Or have I just destroyed these thoughtlessly previously? An ancient self-powered lamp. Its internal power supply is badly depleted, but it still emits a weak glow. I allege that I know things about this game. I'm looking for when they were added. They were added in the Ideology DLC. I have destroyed these thoughtlessly for the past 500 plus hours of gameplay. So if these were actually in release ideology, I've just thought of them as standard trash and destroyed them the whole way through. Now, maybe they have a different model, maybe something, but these are such obvious early game grabs, right? You pick these up, you drag them to your base, you have some light that does not emit heat, and so in a warmer area especially, you don't have to go torches. How insanely cool. Yeah, you absolutely can pick them up. You can claim and then move. the same as what I was looking for, the grand urn down here. I want to move the urns to our bedrooms. Who got the panther? A tortoise killed the panther. A tortoise killed a panther. Now, unfortunately, it was one of those tit-for-tat situations. Oh, we also want to change the name of this animal. I apologize. So, Packles. Packles is the name of our third alpaca. My apologies for getting on that one. Packles. I'm fairly sure you can move it. Cypher, I'll check and see. Now, if you can't move it, that'll explain why I haven't used it, but... okay. This is why I've always destroyed them, because no. Now, one could build in a ruin and use these, but no, you cannot do anything with them. Very well. Thank you for discouraging me from my wild accusations of being bad at the video game. I'm good at the video game. I can still believe in myself, thank goodness. Alright. Alright. Are there any tortoises? We're waiting for the hidden magical tortoise that will allow us to begin breeding the turtles. For now, though, we're okay. I just thought, man, we haven't had any attacks from wild animals recently, but this panther heard us talking about its cousin celebrating a tortoise who killed it. Once again, a panther is hunting one of our colonists. Hello. The panther's there. The colonist is, where are you, fam? There. Okay. So, not great positioning. You have a knife. What's the line? What's the line from, Crocodile Dundee? That's a knife? This is a knife! Did you enjoy my Australian accent? I've been working on it. Okay, so you're gonna run this way. Our shooter is gonna try to intercept you, and then move Rog south to figure it out. Oh, that's not a knife? This is a knife. I actually was listening to a podcast with Peter Singer, the Australian philosopher, recently, and so I got to work on trying to imitate his voice. Oh, speaking of which, in a further attempt to improve our world, our lives, Noms and I are trying to no longer watch TV shows during dinner, but instead listen to a podcast together. In large part because after we watch a TV show, we don't normally have much to talk about, right? It tends to instead be like, that was funny, haha, back to work. But instead, if we listen to a podcast and we don't stop it constantly, we build up lots of ideas to discuss afterwards. And so our dinner becomes like a learning time and then a couple engagement time. And that's been really nice. So hopefully we continue that. My relationship makes me happy, especially when we find ways to grow closer. And some of that closeness really does come down to making an intentional effort to do something differently than previously. Okay, unfortunately, this thing's moving like the dickens, and so we could probably get off one more shot, so long as AA goes this way. But as it gets closer, there's a real possibility of revenge. Wizard is far enough away that I believe he'll be able to wheel about and get safe, so long as he is not just fired. So our other buddy's coming down, while the standard kiting move. Gosh, you're close. Okay, as we kind of expected, first shot revenge there. It does slow a good amount. So in this case, Wizard is faster than the Panther. It is time for a little bit of what is known as kiting. Have Rog stand this position and fire. AA will move to support. Man, the time when I finally learned Rimworld kiting was more than one of the most exciting times of my gameplay life ever, because it allowed me to have a sense that I was skillfully dealing with challenges that had previously seemed basically impossible. Because before one learns to kite, it often feels like you just have animals catch up to you and you get ripped apart right away. I never played a hunter in World of Warcraft, but I imagine this is what kiting felt like in WoW also. Alright, speaking of WoWs, wow, we killed the panther. Good. Alright, hello buddy, I'm sorry we're not gonna save you this day. We need more food. Rog, finish her off. There we go. And once again, that'll replace our food problems. Someone is marked on let's go hunting. I believe it's Rog, but he's not hunting terribly well. Now, hunting with a revolver is not ideal. The main reason we're doing that is to try to get his shooting up. If we had a character with higher shooting and higher animals, we'd use them instead. But for right now, it's just this, unfortunately. I wonder what the best way to learn accents is. Because clearly, I'm someone who... Palm tree. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's here. We've marked these, but not destroyed them. Still need to put a solar panel here. I know that to learn accents, one would often hire a vocal coach or someone to listen to and then replicate the phonemes, vowel sounds especially. I think I prefer to just listen to videos of people who speak the accent and then try to replicate right away. So you recall, recently we had a Swedish accent, and we put that forward by listening to the King of Sweden. And that really saved a lot of time. Instead of hiring someone to help us speak in a Swedish accent, listen to the local king. So soon, we're going to listen to a video by the King of Australia to see if we're able to learn that accent too. And that'll be grand. Wrong, is your convert up? 2.2 days until it converts up. Nymphadora, how you feeling about stuff? You're down to approximately half. Currently, they get 1 bonus mood per day. Sorry, 1 bonus belief per day because of mood. Do we gotta lower your mood even more? I thought it was the case that low mood led to a higher chance of being modified or being converted. Maybe I'm wrong on that. We'll see. Oh, it's the Emperor of Australia. Thank you. Dictator of Australia? I've forgotten what ruler they have these days. Those of you who are only listening probably did not catch my meaningful smile to chat when I said that Australia has a king. This is a multimodal channel. To understand the full totality of what I'm doing here, to understand what's going on in my life and yours too, you gotta be watching with your eyes, listening with your ears, occasionally some tactile elements. Good to good. No, I know the majority of our channel is lurky, listening but not watching, and that is just fine. Okay, we need lights over here. We need power over here. Are the batteries filling? They are filling. Woo! But it is time to add more power with these solar panels. For that, we're probably going to need even more steel. It's 100 each, correct? And so it probably is time for us to begin looking for other ship parts. That's the Z key. Maybe type in ship. Is that right? Ship chunk. 1 ship chunk remaining. It's up this way, apparently. There it is. We'll grab that. And then we have a character who's a halfway decent miner. Probably start mining here, though I didn't realize until after we built. This is the ancient danger. If you've been wondering where the problems of this world are coming from, you know, probably right there. probably. Oh, you know what I should be doing? We should be doing the drug thing. Now, I know many of you are going to say, it's not addictive, Mom. But in this case, you know. We'll get that going for sure. You heard fine meals give mood buffs? They do! But fine meals are a large amount of meat, and we don't have that much right now. But yeah, at some point we'll get fine meals, we get lavish meals. It's early days. Our colony is barely coming along bit by bit. We're having a good time doing what we're doing, but this is a baby colony, not a fully developed one. In some measure, because we do not have meaningful defenses. Like, if we get attacked right now, If we get attacked right now, I can almost guarantee that we will just get destroyed. And that's not a happy thought, right? That's not exactly my favorite of ideas, but you know. All right, let's get some stone doors in place also. Cool. Yeah, we should at least make a sandbag line or a barricade line or whatever out here for the moment. I think it's the case that like base defense is still part of the game I feel worse about, right? Still feel like I don't have down. Like I know how to do the really standard kill box where you put the door at maximum range for assault rifles and just shoot. Some part of me finds kill boxes distasteful, though I know it's just what one does in Rimworld, so I should probably get to it. Hold down my distaste and see what is what. Attack by impids. Yeah, the ones that put things on fire. Hey, Wrong is having a good move now. Good mood, good move all at once. Our raid nearly killed the last streamer. Yeah, so yesterday we raided someone, another Rimworld player who seemed like a perfectly cool person, and apparently they had a mod on that when people raided their channel, so Twitch viewers visited the channel en masse, it spawned enemies in the game. So raid in Twitch chat equals raid in game. Possibly a raid in real life too. I don't know if there's swatting happening. But yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Apparently the dude survived, but I felt kind of bad suddenly dumping 100-some people on him. Friends, also, you may have seen it. Bloodseeker is pregnant. For the first time ever, we're actually doing the ranching propagation thing, making ourselves some kids and such. I guess they're not goats, they're not kids. Wrong, I know you want to head out right now and hunt. I want that too. But it's kind of urgent, for your purpose at least, that we get ourselves some basic smoke leaf, and indeed it's all ready to go. But for the moment, just a little bit. We're probably gonna have two different smoke leaf interactions, two different ways of thinking about smoke leaf in the base. Number one, Rog is chemically fascinated, and so we're going to have Rog use it every, I don't remember how many days, maybe 4 days, maybe 3 days, I can't remember. And then also, we're gonna have a setup where you can use smoke leaf joints if your mood drops low enough. Now, how low? I don't recall, but we'll figure it out. Also, I keep seeing we have no food. It's just because hauling is not happening. And hauling is not happening is because Nymphadora has been a recalcitrant slave and is only very, very slowly developing themselves into the right kind of person for us. What is your belief in your current faith, my friend? It's a social, right? Yeah, still 51 or so. Rog is still on the cooldown for converting, maybe soon. Also, Snoot TV just gave me a shout out. Anytime someone shouts me out while I'm live, I get confused. Like, wait, why are you shouting me out? I've not rated you. I think Snoot is a much better streamer than I am in terms of building community. Other streamers, mention someone in passing, like, hey, I'm thinking of my friend Snoot, and then immediately shout them out instead of keeping the shout-outs a little bit rarer. In this channel, I've tried very hard not to have too many shout-outs. I think if a streamer is constantly inviting you to follow other people, one, it's disruptive of your own stream, but two, it kind of devalues the meaning of the shout-out. I only want to shout out people who I really believe in and think that you might actually factually enjoy, as opposed to, look, there's just a streamer in chat. I think different people have different senses of how that ought to be done, but that's my philosophy, man. All right, it is time for us to make the drugs. The drugs. And 4 at a time seems absolutely right. Doing we have, we'll say 20 or so. They're made in groups of 4, so 20 is doable. We'll mark that here. Hey, Steve, good seeing you. Wait, Steve only said hello to chat. How dare I greet you that? No hello to you, my friend. Say to you what's up. Good seeing everybody. Okay, we have someone on crafting job 1. It's wizards. That's great. You're an absolute wizard. Let's go ahead and set up policies for our friends, the drugs. So, social drugs. You may use the smoke leaf. Keep an inventory? No. Under such conditions that your mood is below, let's say, 45. And if you can't find functional recreation below 40. Why those numbers? Who knows? They seem correct at the moment. All right, want to save that. That goes into everybody. Good. Now, ROG needs a slightly different version. You, my friend, need one more to call drug addict. Feels a little bit strong. What do we call it? We'll call it curiosity. Curiosity. That's spelled right. I can never remember if curiosity has a U in it. I don't believe it does. Curiosity. Curiosity. Okay. So you, my friend, are allowed to keep in your inventory 3 of them. Probably excessive. You, my friend, will take it the same as the others, namely at 45, 46 close enough. I want that 45. Come on, you can do it. Careful hand. For a brief moment there, I'll be spending the rest of our life moving between 44 and 46, and I would have kept you here watching that for the rest of the stream. Recreation below 40 if possible. And then, for right now, I'm going to say you have one once every 4 days? 2 days? Oh, isn't there... I think for chemical fascination, there may be a malus for not using it and a bonus for using it. We'll set it up this way for right now, and then keep an eye on the character till I remember exactly how the drugs work. Also, our doctor should be carrying medicine. I totally forgot that. Doctor friend is Dr. AA, so we go back to this page here and say, AA, let's always carry 3 medicine in your pockets. Lovely, lovely. It's all coming together. All right, we now have consistent power. I don't recall what I wanted to do once we had consistent power. It was something very important, I swear. May have possibly been, let's get lights inside of these bedrooms. That seems reasonable too. More light, more light, more light will be all right, all right, all right. And quite bright, bright, bright. Floors, the floors will get done. I'm not going to make my standard threat, which is we will get all the floors smooth by the end of stream. Oh, maybe clean our research room. So yes, but with that said, cleanliness is staying pretty high because we have a cleaner. And the current issue with a little bit of dirtiness is we get a 94% penalty. But that's a rounding error in some sense. And so the highest it can be is, I believe, 70. Oh, 75. I take it back. We do want the cleanliness. I was thinking max was 70. It's actually 75. So that's on me. Whoops, my bad. That's my scenario. What does that mean? I have no idea. I just want to say whoops, my bad. Whose song is that? That's an old song. Possibly a rap song. I can't remember any more of it. I think in the past 2 or 3 months, I've been adding to stream more and more and more. Here's some half-remembered music. Have I gotten to that part of my life in which what I do is go around quoting half-remembered music? I think, unfortunately, it is that part of my life. And the people who have to deal with that, my wife, and all of you. And, I'm sorry. What the heck song is that? What the heck? It is Whoops My Bad. That's my scenario, I believe. It's Jay-Z's Big Pimpin'. good. Good to good, good to good. You know, you know. We vaguely remember things. They're good things. I'll work on the rest of the lyrics of that one. I actually remember some now that I've defined what the song is, but friends, we got visitors. A group from Isarion Union are visiting us. Our first actual traders. What a good day is this day. Also, we're getting complaint that we need some warm clothes. Oh, are we in the southern hemisphere? Is it possible I just discovered an oopsie on my part? I believe we have. A very, very slight oopsie here. Okay, yes. So because of the southern hemisphere, not to be overly north normative, but the seasons are wrong. The seasons are backwards, like a bunch of weirdos. I was recently reading about northern normativity, and the big suggestion was, if you live in the north, do not call your conferences winter conference, because in the southern hemisphere that's summer, and that's exclusionary, etc. That's an interesting thought, at least. Okay, so the clothes situation, it's not going to get terrible here. It's a nice place. I don't believe the animals will freeze. We might need a barn eventually, but for the short term, we do in fact need to make some clothes. Now, our first cloth is working its way out of the ground bit by bit by bit. So for now, we're gonna need to make things out of leather instead. We're playing as ranchers. What's the most important rancher item? Why, yes, it is the cowboy hat and the duster. I'm currently thinking, do I want to do something correctly, or is that Future Resorty's problem? I'm gonna say for the moment it's Future Resorty's problem. At some point we'll set up jobs so they end up making good clothes for everyone. But for right now, whatever clothes is fine. You're gonna succeed, aren't you, buddy? When this playthrough started, AA couldn't even make a simple chair. Now, good to go, good to go, good to go. I'm gonna ask someone to haul the food in so we can stop seeing there's no food available. What do you have? No food. Need my hauler back. Nymphadora is my holla back girl. Gwen Stefani, boom. My musical tastes are eclectic, I swear. I swear. 18 hours left on the old conversion. The smoke leaf is being made, so I believe it's the case that smoke leaf will be dealt with. You think the fan's being blocked? It's not. It's just not windy right now. Now you might say, Jan Resorty, the things you're building there are blocking. No, solar panels are actually flat. One thing about the game that is not terribly well explained is that some items are flat and some are not. And those that are flat can be put in front of the spin machine with no problem. But there you go. Maybe you learned something new about the world today. It occasionally surprises people to learn that. So the other building. Nope, it's exactly right. It is exactly right. Big brain resorty spent a very long time making sure it was right. Because most certainly I have at times really screwed that up. And yeah. And blocked directly. Take your back seat and go home. It's fine. It's fine. Hopefully you're comfortable back there in the back seat. No, I appreciate you keeping your eyes out for my possible errors, because guarantee there's some in almost every playthrough. All right, buddies, you got stuff for trade-in. Let's go say hello and see what it is. This man's name is Lawman. Lawman, what is your job? You're a governor. That seems absolutely right. All right, so number one, you know the slogan and so do I. What is the most important rule of Rimworld? Say it with me. A, B, C. Always buy components. Yes. Now, some people have a secondary rule. A, B, L, always buy Luciferium. And while that's hilariously fun, to have some super melee beast that's locked away in a closet. Probably not right now. They'll buy my old pants, sure, why not? But past that, probably not more that needs to be done. We have plenty of medicine still. In the long term, if we want to, we can use smoke leaf as a bartering tool. But it is the case that the playthrough is more about animals and less about growing. So we'll see. Hooray components, good. There was one time when I made the always buy components speech, and then I sold all my components because I forgot which direction the arrows went. And I had to buy them back for, 4 times the price or something. It was definitely not one of my moments where I was covered with glory by any means. Rog, have you smoked yet? Chemical starvation, brother man. Do they force you to smoke? Like, smoke leaf smoking is not a job. Components are for closers. I always appreciate when people know the origin of the memes. It suggests a shared culture among us. Look, Rog! Look how happy you are! Puff, puff! Does your chemical fascinating problem go away? Now it's chemical hunger! Alright, I want to experience them a lot harder. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Consuming recreational drugs creates a good mood. We'll ignore directives not to use recreational drugs. We'll consume more than a normal person. So over time, they need to take more and more drugs. The interesting question, of course, is do we go for an addiction? Because gosh, why not? It's just smoke leaf, and you can smoke leaf every day. Now, to the Japanese government, if you're watching, in no measure am I endorsing the use of drugs, nor the bringing of anything but prescription drugs into our country. Now, when I say prescription drugs, I only mean those that are prescribed by a physician inside of Japan that are legal in Japan. I would never bring Adderall into your fine country because Adderall is a stimulant and causes the decline of our youth in both moral ability as well as intelligence. Please don't deport me. Jokes. Alright, nice pile of food. All good. You're welcome, Microflora. I figured at least someone is representative of the Japanese government. My own personal minder. So when I first got to Japan, I knew there was this law that all foreigners must always have with them their ID card. So if you're a visitor, if you're a resident, if you're non-citizen, you must always have this card with you. And I'd heard absolute horror stories about racial profiling. And so if the police see someone who is not obviously Japanese, ding, 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 they will potentially stop that person to confirm they have their magic card with them. Now, this happens quite commonly in large train stations and in large airports, not on the streets. However, when we first got here, I was absolutely convinced that any police officer I ever saw would be stopping me and like giving me a hard time. And so when we first got here, I would not leave the house by myself. Even to go down to the corner store, even to go pay a bill, I would not leave the house myself. And so Noms and I, my Japanese looking wife and I, would go out in the evenings, and she always say, "Little resorty, it's time to go out with your Japanese minder." And from time to time, we'd see these other white person Japanese pairs, and we'd say, "Aw, they have a Japanese minder." And it's true. When I'm walking with Noms, the police barely look at me. Though if I'm walking solo, I do occasionally get a little bit more eyeing than I would like. So that's how it goes. There have been so many efforts recently to stop racial profiling on the part of the police. You can imagine how that's going, because there is a pervasive sense here that all of problems are caused by outsiders, and I'm unfortunately an obvious outsider. So it's how it goes, living in a majority ethnic country. It's been great here, though. Absolutely great. How it goes. Have you ever been tempted to use the hire an old man to help me with something service in Japan? I've not yet. Because my wife is super kind in giving me her time to get things done. I haven't needed to hire a random person to take care of me in the world. Also, at this point, I'm no longer afraid of talking to the police. I can do basic conversation, and so they have this tactic here. I don't think this has come to the US yet, but they have this tactic here. If the Japanese police want to interrogate you, if they want to bring you in, but they don't have any particular charge, only a vague suspicion, they will have multiple police officers come and stand in a circle around you and get closer and closer and closer. And if your body touches their body, that's assault of a peace officer, and then they have a reason to arrest you. So what I've been told is if this ever happens to you, you take your backpack off, you hold it across your chest, and you sit on the ground. If you're in that position, it's impossible to assault anybody. And so there's my tip from me to you. If you're ever being approached by police in Japan, sit on the ground with your bag on your chest. Yes, this is the world. All right. Kuro, the great chief of the Grey Pond Pact, has informed us of a collection of valuable items worth $600 E2s, not too far from us. The collection includes a psychic soothe pulsar. There may be a problem too. Alright, story time. It's a one-use broad-wave psychic effector. Science words. The psychic pulse induces self-satisfying perceptual distortions, giving a temporary mood boost to everyone in the region. What does that mean? Self-satisfying perceptual distortions. I am smart enough. I am good enough. People really like me. It sounds vaguely like a good trip maybe, but there you go. We haven't left the map at all yet. Like, we haven't left our map. This is off into the mountains. It'll be a bit of a hike. Also, it is the winter right now, so probably not smart to leave. Also, our base is still in, vague shambles, so we'll work on it. Nymphadora is currently being encouraged to drop this false religion act. Rawbeard tried to convert Nymphadora. Nymphadora's not convinced. That said, from 51 down to 32, also push conversion again. Rog really makes a point about it, really insists, down to 21%. Yesterday, I had a Muslim student approach me and say, my goal for this semester is to convert you. I don't want to talk about that, but that was weird. Life. Life. Life sure is a life, isn't it? I think it's a life. Alright, gotta find some steel. There's steel there. I think I'm gonna leave the steel here just to provide additional defense against the ancient danger. He's a zealot. Yeah, we absolutely should make a CK3 character. Definitely zealotry ahead. Like I said, I don't want to talk about it. It was a weird moment though. The student was bolder and more bald-faced than any student I have before. I have had students try to convert me before, but never quite that directly. So there you go. That's my life over here. Thank you, Raw. Thank you. Among the conversations I have with students, many are very strange. Occasionally students want to talk about the aliens. I don't mind that. I can do things like Fermi's paradox and so on. And that's a good time. But yeah, definitely when they want to go that direction, I have absolutely no idea what to say to them. Also, now that we have a stand right here, we should modify the details. And so we don't drop on the floor, we instead take the best stockpile, which is right there. There you go. The building is happening. Yeah, I gotta say that students in Japan are definitely different than those in the US. I've been used to a certain kind of student. Now here I am! And things are all a little bit different and weird, perhaps. Alright, building our back door. Rog's having a bad time still. Rog wants clothes I cannot give you yet. Still chemical hunger. Do I have to push you to have a second bit of drug? Can you tell them against school policy? It's not though, right? Students and professors can have conversations of any kind whatsoever. It's a little bit forward and perhaps weird in that way, but I mean, all I could say is I'm not interested in that conversation. But I'll almost always listen to a student about whatever they want to talk about. Alright, they want more. The hunger is gone, now only the want. This is gradually repairing the issue. Alright, so currently Wizard is making nigh endless smoke leaf. How much did I ask for? Merely 20, making 4 at a time. Oh, we didn't do pause it at top. That's right. So we have them all, chill. We'll restart at, 8 or so. That's fine. There's a special place in hell for the philosophers. No, according to Dante, the philosophers end up in purgatory. Right? Socrates and Plato try their best to find the truth. Unfortunately, just struggle to find the truth because they're overly curious. But yeah, Dante says philosophers go to purgatory, so that's what I'm banking on right now. If Dante says it, it must be true. Oh, you know what? I apologize. I don't know why I apologize, but I just now realized, remember that tailoring and crafting are different jobs. I need the hats straight away. Also, this is a very sad story. We could have made a broad hat a long time ago, but we didn't do so because I forgot you could use wool. I thought it was only cotton. Alright, Wrong will finally have the hat of their dreams. First, another attempt at converting, constantly going on about cows, about the great joy that is, was it called mucking stalls, I believe? All good. Now, do I have to order you to put on the hat? I'm going to trust that Rog will find the hat before too terribly long, because I believe it's the case your clothes are set up. Huh, did I never modify the clothes? Did I call the leader of our faith? No. The crazy person is the one who has high psychic sensitivity. They wear the foil helmet, no one else does. Alright, so new one, Beyond Now. Yeah, I want to say the ordinary person does not wear the broad wrap. This person, I believe, is some kind of rancher priest. I don't know what that means, but it reminds me of the character played by Paul Dano. That's how it's said in There Will Be Blood. You've not seen that movie. I mean, it sure is something else. In some measures, this power struggle between a largely amoral, egotistical oil baron and this country preacher who, at some level, you want to say, is the exact same person. Amoral, desperate for power, but he phrases himself in terms of religion, so it seems like he's just working for the Lord. It's a really beautiful, really challenging film. As I said before, I believe it came out in the same year as No Country for Old Men, and so I believe both of them were up for the Academy Award, and No Country won it, perhaps deservedly, but it's a beautiful, beautiful year. Anyway, we need an animal priest, though we don't really believe in priests here. It's all very confusing. We'll call you... You're not the head rancher. Head rancher is a different title we'll get eventually. You are the... I want to say the goat. The greatest of all Templars. Perfect. Alright, you, my friend, get to wear the broad wrap, etc. That is your choice for sure. Big year for Best Picture for those two. Graham, I think you're absolutely right. 1999 is the other year that, for me, stands out as the greatest movie year in movie history. There's a book on this. I've said it before. They had 99, and then whatever year those two were so good, so good. I want to go watch a movie. Not that I want to stop being with you all, but a movie sounds nice right now. Friends, it's time for raid number 2. Between raid number 1 and raid number 2, we have, I believe, done nothing in terms of defense, except gain some points in shoot. So what is raid number 2? It is once again just one person. This time that person does have a ranged weapon. It's a town councilman from the Barnlitter Pact. They sat down, they voted, and decided they would raid us. And then came the question of who will do the attacking, and poor old Noodles drew the short straw. Oh Lord, we're all gonna die. So really good shooting and trigger happy, so shoots even faster. Oh boy, this is fine. This is all fine. Okay, so there's a lot of trees. There's some cover here. I think it's sensible for us to move to the cover here. Now, question was, are you attacking immediately? I don't recall what it said. Attacking immediately. Okay. Rise and shine, everybody. We're gonna go fight here. Hopefully he will come to us. If not, well, you know. Rog is probably far enough away that he'll not be able to get across before the enemy is in range. So we could stop him here, but that gives this kind of cover to him. And I'm remembering that chunks are, what, 50% cover? They are 50% cover, that's good. Trees are much less so. With his little pistol thing, he will not be able to shoot from here to here. It's possible to try to take cover down here. For that, we need AA to run around and stab, if necessary. Alright. The aiming, the almost shooting. You go ahead and shift forward. Rog, go to there. Wizard, go forward. Bring me my targets. The first shot begins. Are you in range? Oh, Rog, right. Oh gosh, no real cover. Just run. Run. All right. So, unfortunately, Rog took one shot, as kind of expected. It's through the torso, it's through the kidney, you die in 20 hours. How long is your range, my friend? Yeah, unfortunately, if you go here, I think you have range, but I'm not certain. We're going to keep you out of range, though. And it's time for Mr. AA to take the round. Superior cover on wizards. Only issue, though, is better shooting on Noodles. But take a look at me now. What's that line from Dr. Phil back in the day? Catch me outside? Something like that. We're going to catch Noodles outside. Melee level 1, you absolute hero. Please don't shoot AA. Please don't shoot AA. A second headshot. Wow. One to the skull, one to the nose. Brother Man is staying and fighting nigh eternally. Were you hopped up on something? No, you weren't. Anyway, AA took a hit, a little bit of bruising, no concerns at all. Wizard was shot, went amazingly. Through the leg, no permanent damage. And Rog here took the hardest shot. So our doctor among them is AA. We'll deal with that soon. Noodles can be saved. Trigger happy bisexual with very good shooting. Also animals. You know what? I think we need more people in the community. I think we gotta work on this. Which group are you from, though? Barnlitter Pact might like us someday, correct? Faction page here. They could. We're gonna have to make a decision, folks. And the decision is, do we want this group to like us more, or do we want this character? Not the perfect character, but will definitely help with the defense of the base. So we are thinking a thought. For now, though, it's been another hour. Somehow an hour's gone by. Time for a quick 3-minute ad break. The last real ad break of the day. Time is flying into the future. On and on it goes. And, man, there are a few games I mentioned before: Rimworld, Victoria 3, pretty much any Paradox game where time just flies. And I glance at the clock and an hour's passed just like that. Do you have games like that? Do you have games like that where the time just goes and goes and goes? If you don't look at the clock, it's a scary feeling in some way. But it's also what Csikszentmihalyi calls the flow state. The ability to be so engrossed in something that other parts of yourself go away. Just one more turn. Yeah, any game with one more turn. I think the one more turn, though, for me is often, I see it as now, 9 p.m. This is my bedtime. 5 more minutes, right? It's slightly different for me than the game where I don't realize it's 9 p.m. until it's come. Stardew that way, Factorio's that way. I think there's a lot of games they're that way, and I'm guessing they differ for different folks. But I can't imagine being fully engrossed in a game like Call of Duty, in part because there's intentional ending moments, right? The round ends, and then you have the moment to lean back and say, how was my score? How have I done? And yeah, I think games like the ones we play here and that you folks have mentioned are ones that instead have this moment of it just never actually ends. Now, the problem I've had recently is I'm having that kind of one more turn experience with the cursed trading card game. I'm trying so hard to be a responsible adult these days, but this was yesterday after stream. I ate my sandwich, I did some email. It was then 3 p.m. I know that I want to go to the gym by 3:05 so I can work out for an hour and get home by 4:15 or so. That way I can shower and do some reading before I go and teach. Yesterday, it was 3 o'clock and I said, okay, I got 5 minutes to get dressed and ready for the gym, and then I leave. So I got dressed, I got ready for the gym, I came downstairs, and I said, I could open just a couple of packs in the trading card game. I could just check out and see if we get cards in one. And so I loaded up the game, I opened 1 pack of cards, and then 10, and said, okay, it's 3:05, it is time for me to leave. Well, I've already done the reading for today. I guess I could stay here till 3:10. Maybe just another 2 or 3 minutes. And I negotiated my way all the way until 3:45. At which point I said, okay, we really have to go. So next time I get a card of over 100 value, I will then go. Luckily, it came fairly quickly, and so then I was able to leave, but I gotta work on the whole responsibility thing. Now, I was not late to class, I got my work done, etc. It was just a moment of man, it is hard for me to get away from this thing. It is dangerous. Alright, we got a couple moments till the ad break's over, namely 15 seconds. Let's do a few at least. A Grammy-winning country singer whose greatest album is titled Songs from an Aging Sex Bomb. K-name country singers? I know, like, Kenny Chesney, but it's definitely too short for this. Decided one would. Something to, opted to, probably. KT looks questionable, though. And Keenan is definitely right for Thompson. Does O work? Sporting blades. Sporting blades could be skis. They're kind of blade in some sense. Foils, epées, sabers. Sporting could mean to have or to show also. So sporting blades, being armed, being a cool ninja guy. I have no idea, because epée is singular. Well, let's go and do 2 more, then back to the game, I swear. A snooze fest. Something very, very boring. Lecture you don't enjoy. Endless droning. Bueller? Has anyone seen Bueller? Apparently Ben Stein's lecture in that film which is on voodoo economics, was entirely ad-libbed. Because he had an undergraduate degree in economics and he'd been a commentator on recent news. And so he made an ad-lib discussion of Reagan's economic theory, and that's absolutely fascinating. Now, if you're a professor, like I am, you can definitely talk about absolutely anything, but it's so impressive to see him move on that way. Anyway, looks like no progress is ad break. We chit-chatted about other things. Oh, you know what? Evidence of an underground network is a gopher hole. I love that so much. So the down here, certain removal procedure, I assume is a spleenectomy. But then this would need to be an E and this an N. They can't be. So maybe there is a procedure called a splemectomy. We'll find out later once we win. For now, though, splemectomy. That's a thing. Win Ben Stein's Money. I used to watch that quite a bit also. I'm always a fan of big trivia shows. I've thought at various times of what would it be to have a trivia contest on stream. I just can't think of a way to do it where I can guarantee people aren't Googling the answers. Because I really want to have like an honest and sincere trivia event where there are big prizes and we play our own round of Jeopardy or something, but given the medium, it is very, very hard to ensure people are not cheating or having someone off screen give him hints or whatever. But it's the internet, zero chance of honesty. Yeah, unfortunately so. That said, we could use webcams and require everyone to put their hands on their head. I've never used this, but I understand there is at-home test-taking equipment. So you can take, for example, like an English language test in your home to prepare yourself to take classes in English elsewhere. And apparently, the way these things work is you have to pick up your webcam or your laptop and show them your entire room before you're allowed to begin. And I don't remember what else you have to do, but they have this like really strict procedure to try to turn the room in which the person is taking the exam into a standard testing center. Like I said, I've never done this myself, never taken the exams, nor had a student take an exam that way. But thanks, I hate it. Like, sincerely, thanks, I hate it. And I understand like, access to good testing centers is very, very hard for some people. Like in the US, it's fairly easy. Most universities and community colleges have a testing room, and they will completely, for free, let you use it for your exams. It's part of like a reciprocity agreement. Where different schools will let each other take exams there, and it's really changed. But if you don't have it around, it must be hard. Your missus investigates remote testing fraud. Fleabum, I appreciate that kind of work. Our school teaches most of our curriculum in English here, and so we definitely need to rely on English language exams that are taken elsewhere. And there has been an increasing spate throughout the world of one particular country claiming higher test scores than are justified, etc., etc., etc. Let's not get into it, but I appreciate your missus's work, Fleabum, and please give her an extra thank you from a professor who needs that kind of assistance to get the best possible students. Okay, over the break I was thinking about Noodles here, and because Noodles is such a darn good shooter, and because Noodles can help with the hauling and so on, and then long term will add to the ranch well, I would like to capture Noodles and convert them most likely. Now, do you believe in your faith? Absolutely. I think there's some indication here these days if a character will never, ever, ever change their affiliation. So that's not the issue right now. Let's go ahead and do one of these. More floor prisoners, more good. Also a new weapon, also Nutrimine. We make some better medicine in the future. We'll see. And the person who's wounded the most again was Wizards, correct? No, was Rogue. Okay. We got some time. 19 hours of bleeding out, no problem. Also the Rafflesia here. We looked at the Rafflesia on stream the other day. Apparently it's one of the largest flowers. No. It's not the largest flower because apparently it's a connection of flowers. It's more than one flower together. But the Rafflesia apparently is a plant that smells like absolute death, like rotting meat. Have any of you ever smelled one or been near one? I can't imagine the experience of, golly gosh, this is beautiful, but it smells like meat. Speaking of rotting, we have a fairly deep crisper drawer inside of our refrigerator. It has 2 levels, and the top level is full of vegetables that go bad fairly quickly. You know, things like lettuce, things like, I don't know, just things. And the layer below is for vegetables that live a longer time. Things like potatoes, things like onions, and so on. Someone forgot to look in the bottom drawer for a very, very long time. And man, onions sure do leave behind a whole bunch of really stinky juice when they degrade. So yesterday we had a bit of an emergency of, where's that smell coming from? Oh, well, so we got to clean out the fridge yesterday, and you know, it's one of those experiences of we need to look into the bottom drawer a little more often. Abandoning the onions down there is just bad behavior generally. Noodles, are you bleeding still? You're not, you'll be fine. Don't let potatoes go foul. So I've never seen potatoes going foul. I've seen potatoes, you know, turn into alien babies when they gradually grow out their shoots looking to touch something. But no, I've never seen potatoes actually become rancid. I do wonder how long they have to stay out that way, or if you put them in a hot area perhaps. Who knows? I feel like today I'm talking about more adult topics than usual. I feel like I'm talking about, like, here's my relationship with my sweetie, and let's talk about cooking, and I don't know. Maybe we finally hit the point in my life where I only have old man topics and raps from the 1990s. The caravan from the Grey Pond Pact is approaching. They're a war merchant. They're all wearing the same clothes. Here it is. Unwaveringly loyal goes down there. But they're wearing what kind of clothing? The bison wool burqa. Some of them are not. In this faith, the males' bodies must be covered. The females may be a little freer in this respect. Huh. Interesting commentary on the world, I suppose. They're war merchants, though. We'll see what we can buy and sell and all the rest. I mean, awful quality cowboy hats. Wizards, how bad is yours? We have at least one halfway decent cowboy hat. A normal quality. I'm going to mark this to go ahead and get one more made, and then we'll sell this one ASAPly if possible. Alright, is Rog still bleeding? You are not. When that's finished, it's time to go sleep and such. Sehr gut. We're gonna get through this thing. Our moods are a little bit shaky right now, but we survived on a raid. Growing bit by bit, all good. That's true. The intro to the stream has become more and more, I don't know, nerdy. Right, we're spending time with weird words with strange etymologies. We're spending time with, do you have bears to sell? Huh. We're spending time with, let's look at the trade data of Australia. I don't know. We're making my stream what it wants to be. We're currently in the, let's begin with fairly nerdy topics. We're using a DLC, we're using only ideology right now. I may have mentioned, maybe you didn't hear yet, next week, the Rimworld directory, 30 some of us are currently, or not currently, 30 some of us will be sharing one save file over the course of 4 or 5 days. And that hot potato playthrough will only use ideology. So I'm playing to get remembering how to play this game with only ideology installed. But it's a pretty low, what's the phrase for it? Low impact DLC, unless you want to be a very high impact DLC. So that's how it goes, apparently. Supposedly a few people in the Hot Potato do not have ideology DLC. Yeah. So Elstidal, as I understand it, the people who make Rimworld, Ludion, especially Tynan and Sylvester, the big boss, are so supportive of the Hot Potato. They enjoy or approve of the idea of their game being used to raise literally thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars over the year, maybe even $100,000, I'm not sure, for Medicine Sans Frontier. And so because of that, I think they're willing to give us little treats to help make the go a little better than otherwise. Now, I should probably send a message that if they can't get keys to the people and they can't buy them themselves, I'll go ahead and buy them. Nouns and I are planning to contribute money directly to the fundraiser. We could help out that way too, so we'll see. Not to throw around the subscription and tip money you all give, but I do want to make sure this thing is a big old success through and through. That's important to me. I love when we take part in charity events. I've only done 2 before. This would be the best one ever. Best one ever. We'll see. Hello, Ligua. So wizards in bad health have been shot a few times. They do not have a breeding pair of grizzly bears, thank goodness, because I would have sold heaven and earth to buy them. All right, here is a club. Here is a short bow. Here's an awful hat. Here is nothing else, I believe. Is that all? I think that's all. They're selling animals. They're selling weapons of various sorts. Yeah, nothing we need urgently here. We'll say, I thank you, but I no thank you. Made a little money. Made a little $29. Not the greatest, but not the worst either. I want to make sure we're not going to get infections here. A little tiny gunshot. It'll heal itself up, no problem. Over here, Yon Noodles. Pretty bad shape. Lost a kidney. Alright, so if Noodles ever gets an infection, they're just gonna die. They cannot process disease effectively. We'll try our best, but probably not. Nymphadora only barely believes. Oh, speaking of which, Noodles, I need you to change your religion. not to put too directly, but I need you to convert straight away, if you please. And then conversion's up in 2 days. That's good. Rog, what's up with you? Ravenously hungry. I mean, go eat the food. Also, I may need to force Rog to wear the hat he's assigned to. It would make him happier to just put it on. If that's not the goal after eating, we'll force this one. And I hate to do that. I hate to force people to wear things, but if you don't know what's best for you, here comes some patronization? Paternalism, that's what I wanted. Now that you have your weird little Dune hat on, are you happy? I need to get some heaters. I need to make you smoke some more. Good. What's your current level of relationship? Small tolerance. That's fine. They're going to build up more and more, but they'll never be fully tolerant as long as we keep it relatively infrequent usage. Yes, surrounded in haze. I mentioned previously that here in Japan, smoking is allowed indoors in many restaurants. It's just like that. It is the battle days indeed. All right, are you neutral now on the drug question? Finally neutral on the drug question after a very, very long time. Smoking is super gross, yeah. Yeah, I know it's been a historical element of a lot of cultures and countries, but just not for me. And I'm really glad I never got into it. I smoked a few times tobacco at bars with friends just to hang out, but For me, it's not one of those, you smoke one and you can't stop. Though some people I know have smoked consistently, and many of them are not terribly happy with them. I mean, every single person I've ever talked to who smokes that's been close to me, I say, like, how do you feel about that, right? Is that a good part of your life? Do you enjoy it? And they'll say, like, I enjoy being able to make friendships, right? Smoking with people outside allows for relationships to build, allows you to have that moment of connection over something very, very easy to connect over. You just say, like, hey, good seeing you out here. Hey, what you smoking, right? This sort of thing then opens a conversation space that people who don't smoke have a harder time with. Approaching strangers is hard. But many of my friends will say, no, of course, I wish I could stop smoking. I just can't stop for whatever reason. And I've never gone through that process. It must be impossibly difficult. I have such sympathy for people who struggle with that or want it to be otherwise or such. But I'm very, very lucky. As I mentioned previously, when I hit the age of like 16 or so, my father said if ever he caught me smoking, he would make me smoke an entire box until I threw up. And then anytime he saw me smoke again, he would do the same thing. And this kind of threat apparently worked on me. I'm not sure it's good parenting, but in that case at least, I tolerated it. Alright, the back slate wall is mostly made. It's probably time to get a kill box up and going. Show me the affordances of this direction. That's the wrong button. Cool, so most of this area can be covered with heavy stone. Let's make a good kill box. We wouldn't mind that, not even a little bit. And, yeah. What did your parents do, or your guardians do? If you got some kind of, like, don't you do this kind of lifestyle habit, did they just say, like, rationally, it's not good for you? Did they say instead, if you do X, we will do X? My father, when I was starting to drive, pulled out a big old page of, or big old folder of all of the recent accidents that have been brought on by people who were drinking under the influence of alcohol. And he had me sit there and read through them and look at the pictures. And it said, do you want to do that? Is that your plan here? To go out and have a few drinks and destroy someone's life? I'm like, no, Dad, I just want to learn to drive my car. It hadn't even entered my mind that one would do such a thing. I was a straight-edge kid at age 16, had never gone near the booze hall, and, yep. I was not a rebel. I mean, I found rebellion in intellectual matters, primarily. But your mother told you if you had a motorbike, you were moving out. Yeah, I mean, this connection between do what we want or no more housing is a very powerful incentive, isn't it? Very, very, very powerful incentive. People were angry when they drinking and driving illegal. Absolutely. Man, when I watch videos or see pictures from the 1970s, I believe, in which people are openly drinking while driving. Like, they will have a beer in their hand or between their legs and glug, 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 we're going for a drive. It's just such a, it's such a, like, upsetting, but very strange way of interacting with the history, I suppose. Don't you do this. Prisoners have staged a breakout. Nymphadora, this is the second time. The second time you might get shot to death. Why can't you be normal? Why can't you be normal? So, didn't it say, like, in better condition or happier, they're more likely to break out? You do see your mood is not very good, and you're in terrible condition. Anyway, here we go again. One might argue that trying to escape is normal behavior. George, I know you're German. Isn't it the case that in Germany, the actual action of breaking out of prison is not a crime? things that are damaged in the process, that's criminal behavior. But actually escaping is seen as like a human yearning for freedom. And so you're not charged for a crime for breaking out of prison. I think that's true in Germany. It might be true in a couple other countries too. In the US, definitely illegal. Definitely. In Japan, also definitely illegal. All right. Where's Wizards? Standing in the room. Let's find out. I'm nearly sure it's true. Nearly sure. Niffer going to this door down here. Oh, Mood High is less likely chance to break out. Thank you for remembering that. My knowledge is, you know, questionable at times. Hello, Nymphadora. How'd you get that door open? What you doing? Running for freedom. Oh, you're actually gonna fight it out? You're actually gonna fight it out? I thought you were running. Well, apparently we're running. That's fine. Where's, right, Rod's already here. I don't want to kill you. We've already put so much effort / food into you. I just clicked out of the game. It was one of the most very important things that are happening. Oh no! Too far away. Wizards peel off. This might be a place where we just go melee and accept what's happening. Because otherwise Wizards might get killed by the prisoner. What's your melee, boss? Your melee's a 4. Alright. Get that butt of the rifle swinging. Nymphadora has now been shot also. Is this the moment where hatred begins to flow through me? Is this the moment where we say we're going to beat the prisoners and beat the slaves and execute the prisoners? God, I believe the thing to do is no longer attack this character, hope they go down due to bleeding, and then immediately attempt to heal / recapture them. The reason I'm slightly annoyed right now is the one shot that hit has done so much damage that if we continue to attack, it's likely the character will just die immediately. So, best doctor is AA. AA, do you have medicine in your pocket? Pockets. You do. Get running, fam. Rog. Hold your fire. Wizards, run away. Please don't get knocked out. Come on, Nymphadora. You don't want to do this. You're going to die within 4 hours. Okay, are you actually going to go for... Oh, don't get the gun. Oh, no. Allah, Chicago. Both reach for the gun. How on earth did I kite you into a gun? Once upon a time, I wish to offer a story of a character we wanted to love. A character who refuses to be loved. They've been cheated, they've been mistreated. When will they be loved? I just need Nymphadora to fall down. I can't have them shooting my people. So I believe we run for cover until they collapse. Dude. Okay. Rational mind, not emotional mind. Rational mind, not emotional mind. Okay. We're good. Okay. So, Wizards is in no immediate danger. Wizards will crawl away, no problem. Wizards is no longer a valid target for the AI. So the correct thing to do, I believe, is to just keep hiding. No, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. No shooting. Okay. Now that you're running 5 hours. Okay. AA can go over and tend to wizards. Now that they're running, I do not believe they will turn and fire again unless we re-engage. Does anyone have a guess when this character will collapse? Like, come on. Come on. Come on. The real question is, will they collapse before they get off the map? Right before she dies? You think so? You think she like hopped up on adrenaline? You're so close to being converted. So long. So long. Nymphadora escaped. Nymphadora escaped and has now found a gun out in the middle of nowhere. Alright, Rog. Take her down. That's my pistol. Can't ever take my pistol. Nymphadora stops. Which way to go? I don't know. Get cover. Get blasted. Still a long way to go. Nymphadora takes cover. Hey, great. Decides to fight again. How good at fighting are you? Oh, a 7 in shooting. Well, that's not great. That's not great. Everything's fine. Okay, out of range now. Tree. Low protection, but still. We are buying time. Okay, hit again. Awesome. Okay. So, that slows movement by a fair amount. That further hit there. One more shot. Okay, you've been hit again. 3 hours. You've been shot through the leg now. You're moving very, very slowly. Just fall over. What is wrong with you? Like, you don't have any special buffs. I mean, steadfast the mental break issue. Just fall over. All right. How's the healing going up here? Wizard, you good fam? All right, Wizard is no longer bleeding. That's wonderful. We're going to have you pick up your medicine. All of it, please. And then chase Nymphadora. Okay, Wizards. You're going to crawl around for a while. Are you really hungry, boss, or no? You good? Largely good. Mind-shattering pain. The masochist loves it. Ah, am I in heaven? I don't know why I chose that voice. I apologize for it retrospectively. But they're enjoying the harm. They definitely belong in some sort of club, but you can use your imagination. Being clubbed in a club. All right, AA, we need you in position to immediately save this character. One more shot. All right, no more shots. Hold your fire. I'm sorry, what? I turned off fire at will, I thought. But then, down they went. The other leg is bleeding. So both legs in bad shape. Fantastic. Okay. Questions. If we heal up Nymphadora out here, will Nymphadora stand up and run away? I believe the answer to that question is only if they're fully healed. So, take the gun inside. We're going to heal up just to the points. Can we only tend with no medicine? 1 second. You have medicine in your pockets, right? Correct? Yeah, what's in your pockets? It's medicine. Can you only tend with no medicine? Unfortunate. So prisoners do not get medicine. And we can't take her inside because inside's too far away. We could try to create a mini prison here very quickly, but there's no time for that. So we're going to rub some dirt into it as best we can. Or is it because prisoners don't get good medicine? Exactly it. There we go, team. We solved the problem. The gun has been taken away. Wizard, you good? Wizard's moving a little slowly. It's fine. Someone will carry you home. How's the doctoring going? 2 hours. Friends, start your countdowns. Place your bets now. Who wins this thing? The power of doctor or the power of death? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm going doctor. Plug in the heart, which I imagine means like just jamming gauze in there, is gonna do it. The person going to the camp to get medicine to treat in the field? No. So now that they've used the medicine, we're gonna change over to treat with no medicine. They'll stay there. This is the final countdown. Do-do-do-do. Extreme blood loss. So this is a possible moment where they can die despite the bleed countdown not being 0. That changed at some point, and I don't know how it works anymore. But gotta believe, gotta believe. Alright, Rog dropped off an item, is feeding noodles. Well done. Now we're going to rescue wizards right on time. All good. Nymphadora. Torso and shoulder, I believe there's 2 more heals. You made a bed spell in medical. You can't actually, Archaears. So prisoners cannot be captured outside, and so they can't be given a bed spot outside. Also, I'm fairly sure that the what's it called? Medical spot is no cleaner than the actual ground. 99% sure on that one. But yeah, you can't capture a prisoner outdoor. The last 10 is terrible. It's 0.17 quality. That is to say that the character has been spat upon and like rubbed some E. coli in. Just see what happens. Am I feeling confident about the hot potato? Absolutely. If nothing else, during the hot potato, we'll put on a good show. People will laugh. There'll be much rejoicing. That's pretty fun. I don't know. Obviously, the hot potato, I might lose the hot potato. I might cause the destruction of a fun playthrough. I might feel embarrassed in the moment, but in the fullness of time, we'll have a good time. We'll raise money for charity, etc., etc., etc. We'll do our best. And what more can I do than my best? And other things I say to myself, not try too hard. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, though. We have some really great charity incentives, helping out a really fantastic charity through and through, and that should be fun, too. I think that's the important thing. We have fun no matter what else. But it's a little nerve-wracking. I am glad we're doing some practice Rimworld before we return to actually playing the thing. I just now noticed the slave bed was higher quality than the colonist bed. Whoops. Glad to have fixed that. Lovely, lovely. Cat. Okay, big stretch. Big stretch. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick bit of triage to make sure no one has an infection I didn't notice. We should stop that. We should stop that bleed out, probably. It will heal on its own, right? It'll be fine. You're not going to bleed out, Rog. You're an absolute hero. You're made with, what's it called? Stick and mud? Is that right? It's from the song, what, some men made out of stick and blood. Others are made out of... Some men are made of stick and mud. Others are made out of steel and blood. Is this song like I owe my soul to the company store, possibly? I think it's the beginning of it, maybe. Friends, speaking of awful things, we have an infection. It's on Nymphadora. Really no surprise, given the quality of that last hand. Now, Beloved Noodles here is the one who, if they get an infection, just dies. Nymphadora... blood filtration is fine. So long as we use good medicine, this will be 18. It's be absolutely okay. Do we never plant the medicine? Do we never put the medicine on plant medicine? If so, that's the second time this playthrough that I've tried to plant potatoes. For the moment, I'm going to stop sowing hay. We have enough hay saved here for the time being. Number 2, looking at the medicine field and saying, wow, there should be medicine there and there isn't. I think it's because my farmer is also currently my hunter, and we were worried about food, so I made a quick switch over to quite a bit of hunting. Now that we're in good food shape for the moment, we're going to have you move back over to the business with the farming instead. So growing becomes job 2. Hauling drop below, so plant cutting and growing straight away. Alright, what's feels like growing, it was set to potatoes. It's now heel root as it should be. And then hay grass, and then smoke leaf, and then cotton. They'll get it all pretty soon. As long as we're working in that direction, it's good. That said, I forgot about the infection. AA, how are you on sleep, my friend? Good enough for government work. Let's get you tending to Fedora. Still on good medicine, I believe. Absolutely. And over here, there's 2 beds. So they're calling this a, they're calling this a barracks until that one's destroyed. Other bed quality is poor, poor, and normal. So we do want to make more beds until we get some good ones. Keep pushing the move key instead of the create a second one key. I wonder what game has B as make a second one. Probably something we played recently. The lyrics are, some say a man is made of mud, a poor man's made of muscle and blood. I had the spirit of the thing right. I knew it was a distinction between mud and blood, but no, it is the case that my lyricism was off this time. A 62%, gosh, we'll take it. As of right now, the infection's at 5.2%, the immunity is 4.4, 4.5, it will catch up as of right now. A B is copying Oni, that must be it. That must be it. As I said previously, whenever I end up being the master of the world, and this channel is my primary way of propagandizing the earth and convincing you all through repeated brainwashing that I would be a good leader, given my success in video games. When I'm eventually leader of the world, I will declare that every game must have consistent hotkeys. There's no reason that one game has B as copy, one O as copy. Just pick one and stay with it. Stay with it. You don't need to reinvent the wheel, or I suppose reinvent the business with hotkeys, thank you. Oh boy. Alright. Use Control-C, exactly. All games need Control-C, Control-V. Oh, with that said, friends, I don't know much about this, but when it comes to, like ye olde Macintoshes, that's right, Macintoshes, you don't have a control key, so do you use, like, Mac power key C? Or is the C not involved in copying things on the Macintosh? Likewise, if you have a Linux machine, do you use Control-C still? Or, like, I'm going to be honest now. I'm being 100% honest. This is a kind of honesty I almost never show, because it's a vulnerability that leads only to pure mockery. I actually do not know what a Linux operating system looks like. When I think about it, I think about hackers typing with black screens and green text. I imagine that anyone who uses a Linux lives in a command prompt going the whole time. So I suspect there are Linux GUIs. I suspect there are Linux that looks like other things, but if you use Linux, to me, you're a hacker. Yeah. If recapturing Nymph and convince people I'd be a good leader, I don't know what will. Absolutely, we would bring people back in line once more. It's all good. Like a hacker typer? I don't know what hacker typer is, but sure, sounds good to me. I don't understand what an operating system is. I understand it's the way in which the, I almost said player, way in which the user engages with the machine, right? The operating system says, you memory, go do this. You, hard drive, get to work, etc., etc., etc. And in the good old days, I used MS-DOS to do much the same. And so my assumption is it's like MS-DOS, just an even less supported version. Hackertyper.net enjoy. White bro, I tend not to open links on stream, but I think I trust you. You've been around for a while. I think you've even subscribed a while back, so let's see what this thing is. Alright, let's copy this one. Also, real quick, do you enjoy the new Fritz picture? Let's see. You like the new Fritz picture? It's a good one. It's a good one. I want to say among the Fritz pictures, that's probably in the top 10, simply because of the kind of reaction it's getting in the world right now. Just feels good to show it off. It's a good Fritz picture. So what is Hackertyper here? Well, apparently I lost already. I typed 2 things and got access denied. I am the worst hacker in the world. All right, retunnel into, etc. Oh, here we go, friends. This is how Linux is like. I'm doing Linux. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny indeed. Thank you for showing me that one. But yes, I assume as well like to use Linux. I'm sure I could find a video that would remedy that ignorance, but I don't know. What does Linux actually look like when one is pushing the buttons on Linux? Like, are you normally looking at a desktop of some sort? I know there are different distros, which every time I say I imagine discos, and then I think of like computer nerds dancing together very awkwardly. I don't know. Linux is the kernel. I know that like the kernel makes the distros, or can be used the distros. I'm gonna keep saying distro for a while. I find it very enjoyable to say distro. And so some of the depends on the Windows manager you use. Does this mean that yes indeed, there is a... No, that's not right. I was gonna say, is it the case that like any Linux has to use Windows also? Countless versions are own flavors. Many of them are command lines. On servers, workstations have GUIs. Now when you say workstation, and I'm not being glib or flip here, when you say workstation, would that include the thing I am looking at right now? Do we use the word workstation to refer to like a PC or a desktop computer as opposed to a server? I realize that Linux people have different ways of talking about the world, and they're confusing to me, and possibly a little bit elitist and exclusionary, but I'm trying my best. Okay, I'll work on it. I'll work on it. Friend, do you think I should become a Linux streamer? Would that like raise my nerd cred in a way that would delight everyone? I think I recognize if I became a Linux streamer, I could spend every single stream, 1, showing you all my distro, and 2, 2, struggling immensely to make my computer work correctly. So, that'd be fun. More tech support, old resorty. Everybody loves it. Wizards unfortunately cleaner also. For the moment, we need to say Wii U, AA help with this. If I use Linux, it would frustrate the Linux elitists. I've had years and years of people coming in and saying, Resorty, why are you not using Linux? The kind of people who play Paradox games, kind of people who play Excel spreadsheets with pictures are Linux people. I don't know. Maybe we'll give it a shot one of these days. Is it possible for me to like have a virtual PC inside of my computer that I use for Linux, just see how it's like? Or should I get like my laptop? It is possible. all right, maybe one of these days, maybe some Saturday, we should try a Linux stream and see what happens. That's good. That's good. Just use Linux, never mention what distro you use. Is there a distro that looks exactly like Windows 10? Could I claim to be on Linux right now and no one would ever know? Oh, this is good. This is how I raise my nerd credits without actually doing anything. Oh, brilliance. Brilliance. I can play chess. We had a vote earlier, and once again, for the second time in a row, the majority or the plurality of the community said they do not want chess streams. They believe chess streams to be boring and not much fun. So I'm accepting that. I'm saying okie dokie, no chess streams ever. And I'm okay with that, I suppose. We shall be making some lovely jackets here. Have a little job of making dusters. I want them all to match, but for right now, so they function, that's fine. Might as well play Aurora 4X. I mean, I am thinking at some point, next year sometime, choosing an incredibly ugly strategy game to play just for a little bit. In the same way, like the first time we played Dwarf Fortress, back before it had pretty pictures, a large portion of the community came in and said, oh, there's literally no way to watch this game. I'll be back with something different. There's this one big, like, pure Excel spreadsheet naval game that I'm considering playing on stream, or Aurora 4X or something like that, just so I can say that I've played it at some point. Because occasionally people come in and say, Rizordi, you're a strategy gamer. Have you played this relatively obscure strategy game? And I say, well, no. And they say, oh, you should. I'd like to say I have done so, much like Banished. All right, another infection on Nymphadora. What's wrong with you? I realize you're currently sleeping in the dirt. Nobody likes that. But how's infection number 1 doing? 30 to 27, A+, yes, no major problems. Now, unfortunately, that's not true. I would say, unfortunately, our doctor's not well, but our doctor's in good enough shape. The only real problem here is Nymphadora is the doctor we'd love. So if only we could say, physician, heal thyself. But while they're in the process of being a prisoner, they cannot do so, unfortunately. Aurora 4X is awesome, but worse than Dwarf Fortress. I love it. Did I ever play BG3 or EVE Online? I played EVE Online for a few months, just enough to get a taste of it, so I knew what it was. But I found it kind of frustrating because I had no friends. And so a large portion of it was just me getting blown up. And anytime I tried to do anything other than mine in a friendly sector, how it goes. If BG3 is Baldur's Gate 3, I've not played it, but I'd like to do so. There you go. There you go. You read that Plato's anti-theater because theater isn't real? Plato's original TV rots your mind? Oh, sure. I mean, what's the standard line here? Socrates, are we feeding meat to the... Oh, goodness. Friends, I got distracted by doing other things, and now we have no food. I was enjoying the chit-chat very much today. The chit-chat, though, requires me to, stop playing the video game. Alright, fixing the food. Once you've tended to this person, we gotta go shoot some stuff again. What was I saying, though? Oh, yeah. I mean, right, what? Socrates is illiterate. Socrates argues that being able to read is a bad move for society because it causes people not to care about the elderly anymore. And it also causes a failure of one's memory. So sure, at some measure, like intellectuals in every era are willing and able to say this technology is horrible for us. Now that can lead to a far too easy rejection when psychologists write books about how TikTok is rotting the brains of the youth, and the youth are very, very anxious now and terrified of the world. And so maybe we should think about the kinds of apps that young people use. An easy response is, oh, older people are always against technologies. It raises interesting questions. We need to hunt urgently. So, donde está? Interesting animals. Unwilling to go fight the boomalopes. The rats are not great. The alpacas I wish to love. But maybe it's time for a little bit of culling. What are you? Monkeys! They're probably as intelligent as we are, but that don't matter. What matters is we need some food right now, so we're engaged in a little bit of bang, bang, bang action. Donde está? Wrong. You... I chose melee attack. That's definitely the button I meant to push. Yes. Punch the monkey. I don't mean what I'm about to say. Let's put it this way instead. Could you imagine monkey boxing? I don't know how you'd train those monkeys to put on, like, comically large boxing gloves and then to care enough to punch one another. I'm not thinking about any kind of, like, actually harming each other, but just like silly cartoonish bopping. I think that would be a delight. So, there you go, team. There you go, team. Team, we got a slight problem, though. It is indeed almost 2 p.m. Hey, it's a raid. It's me, another one-person raid, right? Hey, a person named Black the Gatherer. Black the Gatherer. What are all of these really, really good characters coming through on first raids? I don't think there's any kind of first raid is more likely to give you a good character. But holy cow, and Pretty and Steadfast are both positive traits. I guess we say thank you, and I'm sure we'll be punished for it before too long. What I'm actually thinking of I think you've probably seen this kind of thing. Don't worry, the game is paused. It's like inflatable sumo. Yes. Have you ever done this? I have not. It's probably insensitive to my home culture or my present culture. But imagining this kind of thing with monkeys. Or, I don't know, like, can I say inflatable boxing? Will that do it? Yes! Like, these comically large gloves. I want to see those on monkeys. I'm sure this is animal cruelty through and through, but I think it'd be a delight nonetheless. Alright, they're preparing for a while, then attacking. So continue the battle of the monkeys in the northeast, and then deal with that fellow tomorrow? Is this part we say tomorrow? It might be. It might be, actually. Friends, it is now 2:02 p.m. So, I need to leave myself a note, because even though I know that some of you will remember, what if you're not here? So we're going to point on south, and we need a way to remind ourselves what this means. Now, I think I'll see it and remember right away. Almost certainly. Almost certainly. But how do we indicate danger in a way other than me trying to draw a skull? Well, D is for danger. Or you can see it as a bow and arrow. Friends, that's going to be the stream. That's going to be how it goes. Down that way is danger. Tomorrow, we're going to deal with the danger ahead. Between now and then, I hope you have a lovely time. We're going to do a quick little closing ad break. And then we're going to raid someone. I think we're going to raid our good friend Snoot TV, who stopped by earlier. They're also playing Rimworld. They're even better than I am. They have a lot of fun over there. It's one of these, VTuber people? Is that the word? VTuber people. Night to watch. Thanks for that Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed today's stream. Super cool to have you hanging out with us and yeah, everyone really. Like I said, it's been a crazily generous day. Thank you for helping me live my dreams of playing video games for a living. It's a very strange sentence to say. 3 minutes of ads, then we'll do our raid, and that'll be just great. And again, thank you all for being here. If you gotta go, you gotta go, but it'd be cool to have you stay around for the last little bit of raiding. I'd enjoy that very, very much. Okay, so where are we? What are we doing? I'm not a VTuber, I'm a flesh tuber. All right, look. Look here. Look here. We refuse to allow ourselves be interpreted by other people's choices. This is like talking about, you know, virtual space and meat space, right? We're not down with talking this way. I am a man. I'm just a guy with a webcam hanging out in his basement, enjoying a conversation before I go get a sandwich. We're not gonna say flesh tuber or meat tuber or anything else. Goodness gracious. All right, here we go. El Blanc en los tiempos de cólera. Oh, that is, that's Love in a Time of Cholera, written by good old what's his name? So Amor, I assume. Summary letters, TLDR. Warner Brothers Discovery Station. I don't know what that means. Traces, bits, iotas, motes, who knows. You imagine me on the 3rd floor? So to know, I don't have a basement actually. We're on the 1st floor. So the door to leave our home is right there, behind the green screen and back a little bit more. To my left is a closet, and then our bathroom, which is the shower room. And then up we go to the kitchen and dining room floor, the toilet floor, etc. Maybe that should be a donation incentive for the charity stream. Resorty actually gives you a tour of his house. I don't know. Anyway, Sporting Blades, I still have no idea what they want there. Familiar in a way, like a witch's pet. Familiar could be intimate, familiar could be acquainted with, familiar. Of a family, I think it's an unusual usage, possibly an arcane or old usage of familiar, akin to that kind of thing. Do continue. Please say words. The Postal Service knocked on the door behind me? No. Here in Tokyo, no one knocks on doors. We all have those little creepy doorbells with cameras. I believe these were common here before they were used in the US. And so yes, they rang the doorbell upstairs. I didn't run upstairs to look at the camera. Instead, I just opened the door knowing it was the delivery person. Did we do the Big Lebowski clue? Yes, the dude is abiding, not abides. Grammy-winning country singer, etc. I have no idea. Cover your cough, for example. I assume this is a public service announcement. Sea change musician. Blue, that's Enya. Rock, paper, scissors by another name. I only know the other name because of South Park. Rochambeau, apparently. Did any of you grow up calling this game Rochambeau instead of rock, paper, scissors? I'm also curious, though we don't have time to discuss it. In other cultures than the US, do they still play this kind of this cancels that, which cancels the third thing, which cancels this? Do they still call it rock, paper, scissors in the other language, or do they use other words? Because if the word rock, for example, is like 8 syllables long in a language, I can't imagine them using it. So tomorrow we'll talk about that. Anyway, friends, the ad break is done. The blather is done. Today's been a very blather-heavy stream, and I do appreciate you for tolerating it as always. It's a good time being with you. I don't want to say it makes life worth living, but it's a very important part of my life, and I thank you immensely for it. Hey, our good friend Snoot is actually not playing Rimworld, playing Norland instead. I mentioned this game earlier in the stream, and so Maybe you can go check it out and tell me if you like its mechanics. Its other stuff too. What's the word for it? It's rings. Rings are the worst thing in the world. When you get there, do consider saying hello, friend. I'll go and put a little raid message in chat so you can decide to say that or something else. And gosh, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, more Rimworld, more hanging out, more good times, etc., etc. We'll see you then. We thank you then. Und goodbye.